Hello everybody and welcome to the NLC. My name is Hitbro and I'm joined by Gizmo and Kari. I'm not going to try the Finnish pronunciation because I will butcher it. Gentlemen, how are we doing? We all right?
Yeah, doing pretty good today.
Yeah,
I think,
anyone you can take that.
Oh, that's fine. I'll take it. Yeah, no, doing pretty well. You know, I feel like I've recovered after my previous NLC games. You know, 7 games in one day. This time, hoping a few less, but we'll see.
We will see. I mean, predictions were a little bit about maybe seeing some slower games today as an option. I think what we'll do though, before we really start to deep dive into everything today, let's bring up that bracket and we'll have a look at what the hell's going on here in the NLC, because it is a mess. We are getting through now at this point. We're in this lower bracket, the Rich Gang Volder one. Losers are just knocked out today. Winners go through to play the winners of the losers of yesterday, sorry, and then that is the last chance, and then we're into playoffs. So we're actually smashing through it on this one. Let's quickly load up the schedule, and then we can look at actually what games we've got coming up today. So we'll be starting with this Volder Esports versus Rich Gang. The Leo and Epic Avalanche is happening off stream, and then DMG and Absolved we should realistically be getting on stream. I don't know how much of it, because unfortunately we don't have a rolling schedule, so we might miss the first game if this first series goes like giga long. We might also have a very long break in between. But I'm going to throw to you, Kari, because we haven't actually really had you on the stream before. Well, I've not worked for you before. So, what games are you looking forward to today? We've got 3 matches, 3 best ofs. What one's caught your eye?
I mean, I'm the Finnish guest here, right? I was looking forward to seeing Epic Avalanche play, but I guess there's the upside of you know how when you're excited for a matchup and you actually go to see it and then everything goes wrong and it's a loss. Then maybe it's better for us Finns that we don't actually see that, and Epic Avalanche might come out on top. But if we're not discussing the off-stream game, obviously. I actually talked about this on my co-stream. I really liked seeing Volta play, and I'm interested in seeing how they're going to match with Rich Gang in the first series of the day. The later one today, I think, is going to be a bit of a fist fight, but the first series, I think it's going to be interesting how the teams are going to be finding edges over each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to see Valdo in there. I think their only win, if I remember right, at the tournament. I think they're only one or two or something, right?
One series, I guess.
Yeah, yep. I'm pretty sure I was the one that saw that. Or maybe I saw them lose, but it was a really good series. So I'm actually quite excited to see these guys again, because I saw them right at the beginning of the tournament, where, you know, everyone was kind of finding their feet, and genuinely quite an impressive team. It's relatively quite close in the standings for all of the teams playing, so I don't think we're going to have like a major skill deficit unless something miraculous has happened. What I will say for you though, Kari, is realistically, every time I've had a Finnish desk, like a guest on the show, the Finnish team's always done bad. So maybe it's good that your team are not playing on air, because it's historically having a biased guest never goes well for that guest. Right, Gizmo, let's talk a little bit about what games you're excited for. I don't mind if it's off air. I just want to see what you're excited about today.
It's going to be DMG versus Absolved for me. You know, obviously UK based UKL caster here. You know, kind of want to see the new Absolved. We've not really seen them play since the change in their top and jungle. I feel like they've sort of got this like. I mean, previously like Absolved have played like with a crazy jungler in the last bit, and they sort of had a rebuild at the start of the split, and they brought in a jungler that wasn't quite at that same level, wasn't going for those Pimmer and Vades. And now they've sort of brought it back and put in another jungle that is like top of the game, super heavy invades. And I know Emil is really great at following his jungle, so I feel like the pace in that game, I feel like they're going to be pushing the tempo 24/7, which is really interesting.
Cast is actually the only player on that team I know from previous seasons as well, so that's quite exciting. Right, I think what we'll do is we'll turn our attention. We've got a fair amount of time, but we, you know, we've kind of gone through everything. We don't have that many graphics to run. I think we'll start to do a bit of a deep dive onto this first series. This is the Volder versus Rich Gang. So I'm going to throw to you, Kari. I want you to pick a team. Tell me, you know, your expectations and what you expect from them in this series.
so I expect Volta to at least have, in some way, exciting drafts, right? I'm not that familiar with how Rich Gang plays or the players in it. I have heard talk of the previous iterations of the rosters, but currently what their form is, I'm not as familiar with. But I think Volta might be exciting in the sense that they might have weird strats or at least creative approaches to how the series is going to go. And I'm assuming it's just going to be 3 games, no matter what, because there's going to be back and forth within the games and also in the series. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how they prioritize. We are still in the same patch as previously, so the roaming supports are still strong. And I think not just these matchups, but in NLC in general on this split, the meta with the roaming supports, mages, bots, some teams have been adapting really well, and some have been trying to find their footing, maybe using the more default strategy of having strong AD carry bot lanes and stuff. And for some teams, it's been paying off, and for others, maybe not so much. I think Verdant is the only team that I've actually seen utilize both ways of playing super well and be able to adapt that way. And for most of the other teams, I think they're not as good at having all of this down. And then it's exciting to see how they might have a good strat for like game 1, game 2, and then sort of fall out of it because they don't have enough prepped or enough ability to adapt to different things. And to be honest, I have no clue how Volta and Rich Gang are going to match up in the sense that how they're stylistically going to perform against each other.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things on that. I hate it when anyone glazes Verdant because that in turn glazes Aragon and his drafting, and I can't stand for that. That's slander. But no, the rest of Verdant, great. It's the Aragon side that miffs me off. I do think though, when you're looking at these teams, because Volta are a bit of a wildcard team. They've come in from the tier 3 regional leagues within the NLC, so they have that kind of like unknown factor to them. And also, Rich Gang and Volta both being kind of lower down standing teams, what that means is you actually get a level of a bit of unpredictability where, like, I think the expectations are because they're close in the standings, it'll be a tight series. But you could see the other way around where one of them gets such a significant win in game 1 for that momentum carries them through into a really strong game 2 as well. So, I kind of would like it if we did get like a shaky game 3. We went all the way there. We, had a real back and forth and they kind of figure each other out. But I do know when you have teams like this, but sometimes you can get put on that back foot and then you get in your head for it for game 2 and it can fall away. And I feel like, and I'm not trying to be critical here of Volta, but I do feel like if any team is going to have that due to a lack of experience, Volta could be the team here who, if forced onto the back foot, it could get into their heads. But when they played versus insert team, because I can't remember who I saw them, who I was casting them covering, they look really good. And I think they were 2-0'd actually. I can't remember. Either way,
it was Leo.
Was
right?
it a 2-0?
I think it was Leo.
It was 2, sorry.
I think it was Leo.
Was it Leo? Yeah, you might be right. They look pretty good though.
They said Leo in the first round, I think.
Yeah, okay, so it was the Leo game, and they got 2-0'd if I remember right. But like,
I think it was a 2-1.
Damn, they actually put up a fight.
No.
Was it 2-1?
Wasn't it a 2-1? And it was actually.
Oh god! Imagine if I did prep.
Because then Rich Gang then played Leo and also 2-1 Leo. So then it's like, well, you then favor Rich Gang in this, but all of those games are very long, very slow paced, and you've got that sort of like it comes down to that one last massive team fight. And it's like one of those things of like, at the moment, the meta is such that if you just have good team fighting at 40 minutes, if the game goes there, you can pretty much end on one push. So it does sort of give you that sort of worry. I think Rich Gang, obviously, statistically, they should be the stronger team coming in. I do think Volta have some like really good strengths. Neither of these teams play the roaming support meta, but Volta do play like a bit more of an off-meta support style. Like they've been known to pick up like the TK, Senna bot lane and stuff like that, and then just throw the Senna top for the whole time. Things like that, which do give them a bit of flexibility. And like Rich Gang are more favored around playing around objective timers, playing for towers and stuff like that, whereas Volta play around their jungle tempo a lot more, which sort of gives them a different angle of times of when they're going to interact. So it could be quite an interesting one when they're going to interact. But both these teams, again, play very slow on the tempo. So if you're going to be playing around your jungle, you need to push the tempo a bit more.
Okay, so that's actually a good segue, because you talked a little bit about Rich Gang's overall game plan, which is, around that jungle tempo. Who else and what else are we looking for on the map? Or is it purely dictated by the jungle, by Lifetime, what they're doing? Or is there other players, other factors that you think are going to be key here for Rich Gang in this series, Gizmo?
I think they'll try and bring their support up to run, but I don't think they're the sort of current meta where the support just leaves at 3 minutes. They've been shown to sort of actually stay around and just sort of do that like push and bounce style of roaming support. A bit more like I guess like 3 weeks ago sort of style before these meta changes. Neither of these sports have sort of gone for that Camille and sort of gone heavy aggressive instantly play, so it's going to be more like sort of that Nautilus Rel sort of roam style. So it's like there is timers for it, but it's a lot more reduced. So I sort of expect that to sort of pair with Lifetime and try and make those plays. But again, if Volda do go this like sort of off meta support like Senna or something else, you can be punished quite heavily for that, because that will just scale into the game.
I think also playing around jungle tempo is very, very dependent on your mid lane as well. Your mid laner can determine whether or not you can go for an invade, whether or not you can go for an objective, because whichever mid gets first roam can seriously change, the outcome of that one. So we're obviously looking at the likes of Zero in the mid lane and Valiant. Both Norwegian, right? Yeah, from Norway. Yeah. Both Norwegian mid laners. That's cool. Do we have any info, any expectations of what these two are going to look like in lane versus each other? Are they just mages who sit back and farm? Do we see aggressive kind of melee brawlers? What are our expectations of the mid matchup, because it impacts directly the jungle game plan?
I think we'll see more of like a duelist style from Valiant. I think sometimes he's gone to like that Yone sort of stuff, like skill check heavy in the early stages. But again, I think it's like one of those ones where they're skill checking for wave management more so than like looking for anything else. Maybe like not actually looking for the kill, more just looking for the ability to move if they want to. So I expect a little bit of aggression, but that's sort of it.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. I don't expect like a mid laner to be going totally aggro all game unless they have some like absolutely bonkers pick to do so. But having some dueling options there is going to be important to get priority when you want to then be using your jungler on the map. So we're about 3 minutes out from game, well, from champ select. So I think we'll start to now kind of angle towards champ select and the expectations coming into this one. So Kari, what are we expecting to see coming into this matchup in this champ select? Are we going to see targeted bans? What are the priorities for these champions and these players? Because what you see in tier 1 league doesn't always correlate here into tier 2. For years in NLC we had like a weird Urgot pocket pick. I don't know why. No one else was playing it globally, but like in our league, Urgot was like a top lane permaban. Have we got any, I don't expect Urgot, but like have we got anything bizarre or something to kind of keep our eyes on from either team going into this series?
So I really like that you actually brought that up, because that was exactly what I wanted to talk about. The gap between teams drafting for these basic high tier meta things, and as you mentioned, tier 1 league meta things, and teams going for AP Shaco jungle and stuff like that. Like, you can never expect what's going to happen in the draft in these games in NLC, and especially since you mentioned these two teams are a bit lower on the lower end of the bracket and maybe not the most experienced in that sense. They will always rely heavily on the comfort. And one thing that is really important in the meta currently, in my opinion, since we're still playing on the patch with all the roaming supports and stuff, previously, like in the past years, you had this meta where you had Xin Zhao bridging the early game and then Nazir in the mid lane as the scaling factor. These days, it's a lot different, in my opinion, in the sense when you talked about the jungle pathing and the tempo tracking with that, is that all of your 3 champions, your support, your jungle, your mid lane, you need to sort of have 1 early bridge or 2 early bridges, depending on which role is the scaling one. If your jungler is behind on tempo, then you need to have a proactive skirmishing melee mid laner, like the Lock, and then a support that can sort of mark it, because you want to protect your jungle entrances. You don't want the enemy to get in there at all. And it's interesting to see, because so far I think from these teams we've seen that they either adapt and do these wonky things to make sure that they get the priority to secure that scaling matchup, or then they just do completely random stuff and randomly invade without having any permission to do that. And I think it's really going to come down to the comfort of the matchups in these 3 roles in general.
Gizmo, any thoughts to expand upon that? Or
I think Boulder will get their Swain banned against them. It's 100% ban rate against them. I think Rich Gang, they will have 100% ban rate against them, which sort of dictates that sort of same style of like skirmish heavy playmaking ability around that mid side. both those offering that setup and bridging style. I don't see Rich Gang sort of going for mass roam heavy. I don't think either of these supports have got like a Camille or Shen that we've been seeing come out in their current pool, or at least if they do, we haven't really seen it on broadcast. Might have seen it in some scrims, but that's not for me to comment on. But and then I think jungle-wise for Volta, we've not really got the standardized jungler that we normally come to expect at the moment, which is like Wukong, your J4s, your Zins. It's actually like they more play like Udyr, Shyvana, that sort of style. So I sort of expect the jungle pool to be uncontested through bans, because I mean, if you're banning out one style, you sort of open the other one up to just get what they want either way. And I don't think either of them really care about trading the other, unless you're really worried about like someone getting their OTP, which this level some people prefer not to do, push them off of comfort, but you never know. We saw Shaco last time for an OTP Shaco, so who knows?
I can't wrap my head around that one. That's absolutely bonkers. I do think, especially if we're going to be seeing like aggressive junglers, people who are going to be looking to skirmish, things like the Lee Sin are still going to be high value. Obviously, you've got things like Xin Zhao that just compare up so well with like the likes of an Ahri or something as well, and that then gives you that jungle mid pressure that you can then play through. Interesting thing is, you were talking about the bans against them. They've got this Rek'Sai's 100% ban. They've got Swain as 100% ban on the other side. What's interesting is both teams are very adaptive with their bans. They don't seem to have something that they clearly hate to play into. They seem to both tailor their bans to whoever they're playing into. Because some teams will just straight up ban like a champion because one of the laners just doesn't want to handle it. So it shows me that they're very adaptive in their ban phase. So it's actually quite hard to call the bans unless you then start to look at things like you were saying that is banned against them. So you're, like we're saying, expecting the Rek'Sai, expecting the Swain ban. And we'll have to see. We do have a small lobby bug, so hopefully it won't be too long until we get into this game, as I'm just waffling away. But yeah, I mean, the expectations, as we set, is probably a three-game series, relatively slow games. I think, like you're saying, it's going to be very decided by the late game team fighting. So there is a potential weakness there for Rich Gang if they do go for something like a Lee Sin, because late game Lee Sin is a champion who just does flash kick and that's it.
Well, so I think it fully depends on whose hands that's in. Lee Sin will always have kick, and if you watch Korea, they'll always find the right angle no matter. So yeah, it doesn't scale the greatest, but that kick can cause some massive issues.
Yeah, obviously that's all he does though. Late game, like early game, champion has so much in his kit and he's very, very strong. But late game, he is not, a giga team fighter. He is more, if he has flash kick, he's going to be able to set up for the team. If not, he's kind of just not as useful. On the other side, you obviously expect scaling ADCs is going to be my expectation coming into this. If they're both predicting this to be a longer game, you're going to expect to see, ADCs that are going to be able to actually pick up the slack in the late game. And thank God I don't have to fill anymore. Here we go into Champ Select for our first game of this series, Rich Gang versus Volta. We'll see what the bans are going to be looking like. We obviously are expecting a couple of target bans here, but right now Rich Gang just thinking about what to take away as their first ban. There's the Udyr, so denying some early pressure. There's the Lee Sin, so all I just waffled about is pointless.
No, it sets up the narrative, right? So yeah, both of them getting rid of comfort picks for the other team. To be honest, I fully expect Volta to try and take an ADC that doesn't really interact with the enemy opponent. I feel like they've previously taken things like Lux in the bot lane, Xayah, that sort of style, something that doesn't really need to contest the way they can just sort of push and then sort of just leave. So I feel like that sort of opens up a bit of that ability to play those like different styles of support and give them that little off meta flanks.
Alrighty, well, Cassiopeia, Swain, Udyr banned away by Rich Gang, Syndra, Lee on the side of Volta. See what the final lap ban is going to be here. Rek'Sai still up and available though. Going to go for the J4 instead. So Rek'Sai's been left open in this pick bans. We'll see where Rich Gang are going to go for their first pick here. Well, it's still kind of the roster. There's a lot of available picks up for them. And my brain is not functioning, so I can't think of any of those. Ahri pick one is interesting. I feel like if Volta just take the Xin Zhao here, I mean, you just answer with the Vi. There's two answers, so yeah.
You've got plenty of things you can sort of play around that style, but it does sort of set up that early game focus of, right, they want to skirmish heavy, they want to play around that mid six, sort of go for that. Volta, essentially, I think it's going to be the Silas lock, right? But I think Anivia is also up, which is like particularly taking over the NLC at the moment, so that's just gonna be the Sauce. It does protect the flex. You know, we have seen a few different Sauces go in the bot side. Don't know if Volta have that in their champion pool, but they have time and time again gone to that mage style, gone to a bit more interesting in the bot side. So it could end up going in that favor, but fine matchup in the mid side anyway.
I actually find it really interesting that there's no prio on the lock as a potential B1 pick here, considering that if Volta likes to play these scaling junglers and then they want to have their support in mid lane have that early prio, and that would be a way for Rich Kang to sort of give an answer to that by just invading him early, forcing him not to do anything. And that's what kind of leads me to thinking, is this Sylas potentially a flex for the jungle as well, depending on the matchups? Because you can just keep that up until R4 at least, maybe even R5, and do some really wonky stuff.
I really like this Ziggs, man. I feel like this is very much going, we're setting up the stall. We don't want to touch you. We're just going to clear waves, stay back and get the gold going. Answer though from Rich Gang is the Sivir. So they have picked up a scaling ADC. One who also is probably one of the only ADCs in the game who can deal with the Ziggs wave clear, because they can just answer in turn with their own wave clear. Both of these champions are going to need a little bit of gold before they get to that just perma wave clear. Lost Chapter is always a key item break point for the Ziggs to be able to actually deal with those caster minions in one rotation. And please don't do this to me. I don't know. I'm
We
ready
don't
for a
need to talk
Shaco.
about it. We can skip over the Shaco. We're not seeing that, surely not. I feel like it's just going to be a strong jungle pickup. Maybe we'll see like the Shyvana or something locked in for Volta. That'll also do. Yeah. But yeah, so you sort of set up the initial part for Rich Gang as well. They've gone for more of a stand support that can do that roaming style, but also if they want to play that lane state, they can. But yeah, again, both of these bot lanes not really that heavy on interaction if they don't want to.
Yeah.
But they do have those go buttons at the same time.
Well, surely looking at the bans, I expect this to be support bans here, like Alistair and I suppose Ali Ziggs. I'm just thinking about what you could answer into the Leona. Like Ali and Nautilus are typical bans into her.
It's normally Rel when you pair it with the Ziggs.
True.
That's normally the go-to. I think we've also seen a rise on Galio. Ziggs Camille has been massive, but again, I've not seen Volta go to that. But maybe they've had time. They bounced back. They had a week off. Maybe that's been their main focus, is just to play this combo, because it is a deadly combo. And you look at the other side of Rich Gang, which looks initially like a start of a dive. You can sort of build that initial.
I also think that Volta shouldn't probably focus too much on the sort of support counter in itself, because when we look at the comp, they have a lot of scaling, a lot of damage, but they don't have any real setup yet. So even though a champion like Nautilus might be technically bad here, you just kind of need something to lock people down, to allow for the Mega Inferno Bomb to land, to allow for Camel to do things on the Shyvana, and if you don't have any setup here, it's going to be really hard to play. And I think they might even leave the support pick for R5 just because of the fact that they need enough setup for the team comp to function.
That's actually a very good point. It's kind of why I know we've seen the Varus actually be one of the few success stories for Volta in the top side. It's non-committal engage, but it has its weakness, right? It doesn't give you that solid setup, where you could look towards where Crystal Blue actually is looked at their best on something like a Cassante, a Sion. Obviously Sion's banned away, but these kind of big meat shields for the teams. And when you're playing a scaling game, you need a tank. You need a tank to sit in front and make sure that they soak up the damage. There's the Alistair as the answer to the Leona. Gives you great roaming as well, gives you the ability to be that beefy front line off the back of it in turn. So we'll see what Rich Gang look to pick up here. And honestly, they could be set up for maybe like a Xin or a Vi as like a early setup to maybe try and take over the game in the mid game before Volta come online.
Yeah, it could also be like that Wukong if they want to buy a bit of space in these fights. You've got Volta who've got quite a bit of engage as well. You can sort of buy that little bit of space using that to put down. But Ash is going to go
Zion, maybe.
I mean, take away strong top side, I guess.
Okay,
you can take the Cassante away as well at the same time. It gives you that double. Especially considering this is a fearless best of 3 as well. It sort of gives you that push into game 2, which is something that we don't actually see a lot in fearless. Is people actually proactively picking other champions ready for the next games in series because they know they can pull them off in the first game, get that deeper series run.
Now, I think I kind of like the Zahan pick here for the jungle, for the side of Rich Gang, because I think Zahan might be one of the few champions that is also able to do all the Shyvana one-on-one at several stages of the game. And that sort of maybe relieves the situation in the game a bit. It lets the Sivir scale more, it lets the Ahri do things in the early game, because Zahan isn't weak in the early either. And then I think for Rich Gang now you have the option of impacting both the top or bot side, with just looking to free the Ahri for roams from mid lane and then move to the either side of the map, focus those objectives there, and if they manage to shut down this Olaf, it's not going to do anything in that comp. It doesn't have an enchanter with it, it doesn't do anything if it doesn't get ahead. So I think that Zahan could just be used to kind of sort of completely mitigate the game plan from Boulder.
I really like that. It's good to kind of get an insight on the lanes and how the early game is going to be potentially looking. My big concern for Volder is I don't really see where like the kind of reliable engage is from them. Like obviously you have the potential from an Alistar setup and maybe like a stolen Leona ultimate from Silas, but like this to me doesn't look as consistent, where I feel Rich Gang have actually drafted a pretty well-rounded team. You know, there's you can understand how every angle is going to be able to work, where Volder, I feel like it's a lot more situational. You know, they have to have the right ultimates available. Alistar, you know, maybe like a flash headbutt pole onto like multiple people as an angle as well, but it's definitely not as reliable. It's going to be down to more of an individual expression, skill expression angle. I don't think we got too much longer, Carrie. So who's winning and why?
Get one going for Rich Gang. They have good setup, they have cohesion in the comp, and as we mentioned, they are lower level teams. Volder is just looking to handscap, and if it doesn't work, they're not in a good spot with this comp, in my opinion.
Alrighty, well, Gizmo, I'll get your thoughts in a second, but we're getting ready to go into this first game of the best of three here. We've got two best of threes coming up on stream. And this one, I think we're expecting to buckle down for this series. We might be in for a long one. But I do think Rich Gang are giving themselves some mid-game ability to kind of take over.
Yeah, and I think it's going to start off with this level 1 shenanigans, but nothing to be found. But yeah, I just think that Rich Gang, obviously, simplicity of execution, this is sort of bread and butter for most teams. Like, this comp doesn't really do anything that we've not seen for like the last year. So obviously a bit more comfort for them going into this. And yeah, it does give them that ability to sort of pick fights when they want to, whereas I feel like Volder, they sort of have to have correct timers. They have to have like the Shyvana ulti to make that big impact play to then continue the fight afterwards. And if their combos don't land, like the Ziggs ulti over the top and stuff like that, they're not going to have the DPS to continue the fight. So it's quite important that their initial combo lands hard and makes an impact.
And this is one of the few ADC matchups where Ziggs actually doesn't get the early shove. Sivir with a Ricochet is just consistently able to damage the entire wave, where Ziggs, he's not really at the point where he can, you know, one-shot minions and actually deal with that wave. So it's going to be an early shove for Rich Gang. It's still somewhat close, and I don't expect it to really result in much at the moment. We do see Valiant and Zeronix just taking a light trade here. Zeronix is going to get the better end of the tail end of this fight. Nice for him there. But we'll have to keep our eyes on whether or not this actually enables Red Strike to move around the map and maybe back up his jungler.
Yeah, that would be the hope here. You know, we have seen them previously. That has been their play, just play around the jungles. But so far, you know, it's sort of the way that the melee matchup goes, right? If you don't make enough impact in that initial trade, they will just chase you out with the autos. Obviously, going the Blackfire Torch as well adds to that continuous DPS down. I do think on the bot side, obviously, picking that Alistar does sort of give you that earlier, 3 levels, but now that he's hit 2, he can sort of contest the Leona a little bit more, sort of outstaying, as we see.
They tried to deny Brenner from getting himself the cannon. They were able to do so, but Nomi is going to get an ignite on him in response. And with those ricochets, a nice follow-up. Did force out the ghost from Brenner, so was able to at least trade a summoner spell out for, well, 2 summoner spells out for 1 in favor of Volder there. And the wave not actually in an ideal position, especially when you can see Volder, their jungler's in the area. They're currently on blue side, and they're finishing up their camps. So it's going to have to be a reset from Rich Gang.
But that does mean that's a free crab for the side of Volder afterwards. I mean, obviously we know that they're not going to meet, but that does sort of buy that fight of if they were there, they wouldn't be able to fight because their bot lane wouldn't be around in the area. Whereas side of Volder, they do have the sustain on the Alistar sort of to keep them going for a little bit. But again, highlighting the fact that in these matchups, they really have to land those combos. Otherwise, the damage that follows them out of these fights is just not enough.
I thought Red Strike was going to spot there, but did not. We'll now see what's going on. Oh, the Scry's missed just narrowly. But right now, if we actually have a look at the actual lane states, yes, we did see a pretty rough trade for Rich Gang, but I think they were looking and angling for a reset anyway because the coal cash was available there for Brenner. But top size, Akrantor's actually done a fantastic job here versus Crystal Blue, just taking over the top side as expected of a Cassante lane. This champion is bonkers. Mid, I think Zeronix has handled the Silex matchup so far very well. So lane state seems to be A-okay right now for Rich Gang. And the real question is like you were saying, you were expecting to be playing around timers. The big timer is obviously going to be this early dragon and then the grubs coming up. So we'll see which one they decide to prioritize. But both mid laners have their supports in the area. Not too much coming out of this one, but Crystal Blue actually getting knocked back here by the Q3 from Akrantor. But there's just so much attack speed on a low health Olaf. And he's able to turn that fight around a little bit. As Valiant gets chunked out pretty low. Nothing major's going to come of it, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, time has been punished, but this does sort of leave that sauce where he has to overextend to touch his wave. So I do expect him to sort of cash back in on this, because you can see Red Strike staying around in this area. It's very hard for the Sars to step into this wave without being punished. So he's going to slowly trickle a bit more of this CS lead over to the side of Rich King.
Well, both supports hanging about still in the area. Zeronix has the wave exactly where he wants it, so Sundex has to stay here. And this just means Brenner can take control of the wave if they want. They're actually looking to hold it around the middle at the moment. I think the lack of information on enemy jungle is making it a little bit scarier to overstay and overpush in this lane. It may also just go for a full clear on this wave. Looks like no jungle is in position for an early dragon. But you can see they're coming around mid. They're thinking about a potential mid gank. I don't think you're going to get much out of the Shyvana there as Brenner getting heavily chunked out. Nomi's taking a lot of minion damage. The flash comes forwards. There's the flash out from Brenner. He's going to try and get an answer back with that Q. Look at the minion damage onto Nomi. He can't touch it, but Brenner needs to be careful. I don't think he has the mana to get a spell shield off. He's able to get it, but he doesn't get hit by a single ability. Somehow, Brenner limps out of that fight with no HP. Sundax isn't going to get the flash in. I don't know how he survived that. That seems so illegal.
That must have been single digits. That has to be like 9 HP in a dream. Like that's incredible just to hold the restraint there. And I've got to say, Nomi actually going for the auto attack, overthrowing the ability to stop that heal coming through as well from the spell shield. Very nicely played. It just, unfortunately, that's just not the way the cards fell. There is no built-in collector for people at this level.
No, unfortunately not. I genuinely think if Brenner had managed to successfully block an ability with his spell shield, he would have got enough health back to maybe have turned it onto Nomi. So little micro things there impacting that fight.
I mean, with the state of the minions as well, it definitely was going to be very hard for Nomi to get out. So yeah, I had to reset in the bush, but it does sort of maintain this freeze for them. So in the end, it is like still winning for Volder. They just didn't actually end up getting the kill. They just get this freeze that should eke out a little bit of an advantage. But anyway, Sam's burn. See now with both supports down here, if anything can be punished, but at the moment, it's sort of the slow early game that we were sort of expecting, right? We're not really seeing anything adapt that. And mostly it's just fight over wave states. You know, both teams are consistently trying to get freezes and happen to draw multiple members up to break those freezes and then continue afterwards.
I am surprised to see that the Volder didn't go for the dragon off that. They had the pressure in the lane. Camo was in the area as well, but decided not to. As it looks like Rich Gang are going to have to trade some HP to break this freeze. They've been able to, but Red Strike gets headbutted underneath the tower, takes 2 tower shots. He's incredibly low here. In comes the bomb, and it's first blood for Nomi. They're going to make it a double kill here as Brenner flashless, and Nomi secures the double. That was now going to be Dragon over to the side of Volder, and nothing they can do.
I mean, I think it was a complete misread there from the side of Red Strike, thinking that I'm going to assume he just didn't expect the Alistair to have pulverized, because as soon as he goes in there, like every Alistair is just going to walk forward and knock you back in the tower. I think just a slight over-aggression there has led to that. And yeah, Volva really happy to take this trade back. Just must be tight. I guess just didn't expect that pulverized time to still be up.
Why? That's so goofy. They broke the trade, they broke the freeze, they got the trade where they wanted it, and a Zenith Blade cost them a double kill. And now that Lost Chapter will absolutely be online here for Nomi, along with the Fated Ashes. So I think the wave control state now goes in favor of Nomi at this point. And
Yeah,
Camel got Dragon and gets the grubs. This is a double objective pickup for the side of Volder. And Rich Gang, they had no business giving up 2 objectives. That's great. I don't know what to say, man.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir does all right in the lane, right? They can contest the push, but if you go into like a spell range of the Ziggs will combo you. You can only block 1 with a spell shield, and if that happens to be the E, you will just get blown up instantly. So, sort of early game punishment from these picks. It's starting off, but obviously the Civ will scale into the game. It will become an impact for them, and going later, they will need that movement ability to sort of dodge out, and a lot of Volvers engage. Once that comes in, it will be hard to come back, but at the moment, things are looking up for Volder.
Well, one of the big things we hit on was, Kari talked about how he liked the cohesion of the Rich Gang comp here, but one of the things that was also brought up was the individual expression that these champions are going to have. As you see, Valiant, he's just able to hard win that trade versus Oronix, and bot lane has gone devastatingly bad here. And Rich Gang, the individual expression is working out. There's a good solar flare, though. If they can give this shutdown over to Brenner, it's going to be huge. Nomi's able to get so much survivability in. Gankyu comes over and secures himself the kill. They trade out 1 for 1. And I want to Gankyu is about to build up that passive and have the revive online. But Red Strike will lose their life in response. Or will he? Yes, the E makes the connection. Answer comes in from Zoronix. It's a 2 for 2. The bot lane continue to get absolutely slammed here.
Yeah, massive contest there from the side of Rich Gang, but committing the TP does sort of open up Valiant to get a few more platings in this mid side. And again, I think it's quite an even trade in the end as far as gold goes. Both sides, yes, you lose the extra member, but platings go over to mid, and you give that pressure. On the bright side, it is on an Ahri, and Ahri can get a push in this lane once ahead, and then sort of move to the jungle, which again, that is Rich Gang's ideal situation here, trying to push this. And at the moment, bail out your bot lane and get that push on the mid. That's great.
Looks like there's not really much to play for here for the side of Rich Gang. Yeah, they got those 2 kills. Brenner obviously needs a lot of time and a lot of gold to really be of major impact, but I'll always remember whenever there's a Sivir in the game. It's something Aragon talked about a while ago when I worked with him, is eventually Sivir just gets a pentakill if it goes late enough in. So there is a win condition just through the amount of kind of item power that Sivir gets in the late game, and the denial is going to be the big one. Nice little pick up there while I was yapping away on to Sundax, just caught in the wrong position as Akrantor going low forces the flash out of his opponent, but does also get flashed on himself. Siege, I don't think they're going to get anywhere in time, so not going to find too much more.
But that's a lot of sums committed for a dive that was just nail bitingly close again. These top lanes, they are actually fighting tooth and nail just for this wave power, right? And trying to get that little bit more advantage. And I feel like on the Rich Gang, the timer is ticking. Your bot lane is falling behind. You need to get an advantage somewhere else. A little bit in mid. You need to get something on top side as well going.
Alrighty, 12 minutes on the clock. They are going to find Sundax coming in on the flank. Rich Gang happy to walk away from that one. Brenner just needs to be playing dodgeball right now in this lane. Blackfire torch into a Warhammer, basically. It's the only item, really. It's definitely a rougher start for Rich Gang's bot lane. Akrantor and Crystal taking yet another fight here. No ultimate available to Akrantor. Crystal Blue does not have their ultimate either, but it's starting to get a bit dicey with that Iceborne Gauntlet. Just getting the spell sheen damage coming through. Finds another slow, though. Needs to look for this Q3. Misses it, and I think that might be curtains for Akrantor. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, actions continuing out. Brenner just get a little bit of an answer out as you do see the ultimate connecting in. There's 4 people in the area. Solar Flare makes this connection. They don't get the slam down. Valiant with a stolen ultimate secures the double kill for his jungler. Meanwhile, top lane, nothing came of that.
No, but you can see the impact that the Shyvana ulti is going to have in these fights. Like the CC chain ability just to combo over the top of it.
We need to go bot lane. Oh, no, we don't. It's over. Oh, Red Strike.
Right. There's 3 members there against a Leona who's, what, 25% HP. If you don't die with that, I mean, what are you doing?
Honestly, I think Volder are doing the right thing. Because we talked about how both these teams, realistically, we expected them to go late. But that cohesion and the late game threat of what Rich Gang's team actually does is genuinely terrifying. Like, you don't want to be 5-on-5 team fighting Rich Gang, you know, when the ADC's on 4 items. So the mega shutdown they put onto Brenner has already cost them pretty heavily. Akrantor, why are you even toying with this, mate? Okay,
He's got
you're not even going to risk
fine.
it. Yeah.
He's fine. He's got outplay potential.
I don't know if it's enough. Zeronix hit. Headbutt poled in. It's going to have that ultimate online for them if they need to. Just throws the Q out. Gets a bit more damage. Akrantor, he greeted. Did have to throw the ultimate out. But Boot, that's a fantastic trade for them. And it's just a big stall onto Akrantor as well.
Yeah, maybe staying around just a little bit too long there. But yeah, again, it's just contest over wave state. Both of these teams just consistently trading over wave states instead of actually committing for the actual kill. You know, their Source could have taken the ulti and tried to mix me out, but I don't think you can win this.
I will say, I think Boot, yes, they committed everything. Although, that was closer than I thought it was going to be. I'm glad to see finally they got something out of this, Zahen, because I'm going to be real, I wasn't overly impressed by it. I don't know if it was enough to be a big difference maker, where I feel like genuinely a Xin or a Vi would have just given enough early skirmish to Rich Gang, where this game might have been in a slightly better state. Zeronix is going to force the flash out of Nomi there. Red Strike needs to be careful. There's no real ability for Red Strike to play protection here. And Siege with the ultimate available. There's the flush charm from Zeronix. Gets the reset on the ultimate as well. Spirit Rush can just come through. They're going to try and reposition. Sundax's ultimate is ticking away, but the last tower shot will finish them up. No, it won't. The passive healing comes in and keeps him alive on single digits. As Gangi will take himself the Rift Herald in the meanwhile. Every time Rich Gang make a move, Volder answer with something just better.
Yeah, they always have a Shyvana waiting over a corner just to make that impact play, right? They always have that. As soon as you guys group up as well, instantly that ulti will come down and just create that mass amount of space. And you know, gotta say, support's committing to these plays as well. Fully going in for their teams. And you're getting out on that small HP. That's why you pick Alistar, right? That damage reduction of ulti is just crazy good. And also layering it so that you timed it well with the CC chain so you could actually break that and continue the fight. Very nice.
Oh, Red Strike connects it on Sundax. Doesn't get too much off there. Solar Flare connects. They've even got the on the hunt from Brenner. Brenner's looking to try and get themselves their first kill of the game. Cashed in there. Brenner finally on the board. Akrantor flashes for Q3. Crystal Blue was still in ult, but he's going to try and find the follow-up onto him. Crystal Blue now hits him with the axe. Has the life steal available. Has to flash over. He's just going to heal up on the minion wave. Red Strike's coming in the area, though, and so's I want to gank you. So I think Crystal Blue, no ultimate available. They'll secure another kill onto their jungler. And I was critical of this pick, but he's now 4-on-1. I think Rich Gang are finally finding some level of foothold in this game. Steve Show. There's the ulti. And that is going to be a dead Akrantor.
Or is it? No, it is. Thank God. Yeah, I mean, this pick, I wouldn't say it's having the same playmaking as the Shyvana in this, but picked up for the early game dueling. And so far, it has been living true to that. Has the ulti as well here.
Oh. I always get caught off guard by Shyvana damage. Champion does some nut stuff as Red Strike flashes away from the headbutt pole. Very nicely answered out there. Valiant, sorry. Gets the abscond abduct into the barrier from Brenner. 3,000 gold lead over to Valda right now.
Yeah, again, it's them dictating the pace, right? It's wherever the Shyvana is where the fight's going to happen, and they know it. They're the ones starting off these trades, and yeah, it's a great job from the jungle and support from Volder, like actually forcing trades consistently across the map, and then bringing multiple members there to punish.
Well, Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Vision control, pretty bad from Rich Gang, so I think it's going to be hard for them to really look to play contest on that Dragon, especially with bot lane heavily shoved in, so Zeronix hasn't been able to move in and get some jungle vision. So I think this is probably just going to be a Volder Dragon 3, which then, you know, puts a ticking timer onto Rich Gang in a game where they kind of just wanted to scale.
They're committing the TP, so they're going to enter through mid. They got to try and find a correct member. They need to watch Shyvana in these fights. If Shyvana lands that massive combo, Ziggs ulti on top of that will burst multiple members. They've got to really track Shyvana where they're going.
Well, I really like this because they didn't have the setup, but they're able to bully their way forwards using their sixth member in Rift Herald here. Volda, they're not actually willing to give this one up without a fight. They're going to get the ult off, and that just hits onto basically everyone. The Mega Inferno Bomb also was thrown down in the middle of all of that as they take down the Shyvana off the start of the fight. And here's that cohesion we were talking about on Rich Gang. I Want to Gank You will fall, but into the flank they're going on the backline, just trying to find the lockdowns. Zeronix is trying to get some damage through onto Crystal Blue as he's looking to chase up for that final hit, that final connection. But the gold difference is just too damn much. Zeronix has no more dashes available from the ultimate, gets the blast gun over the wall, and the taxi from Shelly to safety. Valiant's going to do his best as he flashes forwards. Can't make a connection onto the eye. That was horrific for Rich Gang, but they at least got somewhat out of it.
At the start, it looked good for them, right? There was a moment where the Shyvana just instantly got blown up. You're still half HP as members, but you have that ability to maybe play the fight. But, you know, Valiant came in, stealed the Ahri ulti and just went into their backline and just one-shot them in that combo. It was a really nice initial combo from the side of Volda, just consistently getting members down. But at that point, they've used a lot of their movement abilities, a lot of stuff. So when the Olaf does finally get here, he is just able to front to back, hit members. But at the same time, Valiant, that Ahri ult ticking is just consistently getting stacks. And at that point, just movement speed, massive lifesteal as well.
I think the really big difference maker in this fight was how well Volda kind of staggered their front line. They made it so they weren't all getting blown up, and there was always someone pushing the kind of bulky unit of Rich Gang back. So Rich Gang weren't able to use that consistent DPS that they have from Brenner. And Brenner, right now, their consistent DPS is still fairly low. Just finished up that Flicker Blade. They didn't have it for the team fight, and honestly, a Flicker Blade's not going to give you that massive difference maker in a team fight. It pairs up well once you've got the Infinity Edge online. So I think that was just genuinely a really, really well fought fight from Volda, just knowing exactly how to deny Rich Gang from doing what they need to do. As Crystal Boot coming in on the flank. Mega Inferno Bomb goes forwards there. Red Strike pretty tanky with that W, so they are just able to walk away from that one.
Yeah, I mean, that does sort of show like how hard it is to sort of peel Brenner in these fights. Like, Leona is the one that has to be there to sort of stop the initial engage. And like in the previous fight, Leona was off to the one side, so wasn't able to stop that initial push from Volda. So you really have to sort of play to your strengths of your comp, right? You've got the Ahri and you've got the Sivir that are your big damage threats going late into the game. So you really want to protect them in these early stages. Just try and get them to DPS freely. And at the moment, Volda know that they're the targets and consistently pushing the tempo on them.
All right, well, once again, he just ults over the wall to safety. Zeronix has the Spirit Rush. That's a teleport committed here, but Brenner, in the meanwhile, just going to get run down in the mid lane. Losing their ADC. This is absolutely a Baron angle for Valda. They've still
100%.
got all of their ults other than the Inferno Bomb available to them. They've got an Olaf as their consistent DPS here. And Ziggs can just make so much zone control. So, yeah, I don't think there's really much Rich Gang can do to deny this or stop this. They're teleporting into the mid lane, but I think that's for the wave and no area of a denial. Baron online here for Volda. 21 minutes. The pace is actually moving faster than we expected.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, you've got to say, Volda have changed, you know, from previous games. They have normally been that slower burning team. And at the moment, they're showing that they can play this different style. They are picking up those mages. They are roaming a bit more. They are playing around their jungle more aggressively than normal. And, yeah, it's working for them. They are matching very well into Rich Gang.
Well, they just read well, but they can't play the 5-on-5 angle, so they're going to instead play a different angle here. As Valiant gets just himself, but there's always the Shyvana around the corner. In comes the ultimate from the jungle. I Want to Gank You. Solar Flare goes forwards. You can see she goes go down in the middle of that, and Brenner is just getting dove by the Olaf. In comes Nomi now into the fight, and he probably would just look for the tidy up. The burn is going to be enough as Crystal Blue onto Red Strike. I Want to Gank You gets caught by the headbutt pole. Nomi's damage is absolutely filthy at this point, and finally the consistent damage is down. Red Strike has to flash the wall to break away, and they're not going to chase for any more, but they may just push for the tower now off that.
Yeah, I really thought Zeronix then was going to completely change the landscape of the game there, going deep onto the back line, really just one-shot multiple members, but Nomi's damage, just throwing down that E, as soon as Zeronix is in the middle of that, trying to ult out of it, just instantly gets burst, and yeah, it's just crazy team fighting again from Volda. They know their combos, they know where their strengths are. Nami might have overextended here.
Yeah, He might just try and turn it onto Red Stripe, but the damage reduction on the W could be big enough. Not going to find the kill there. Grantor still playing on the flank. There is no backup available to Nomi here. He's going to do a lot of damage onto Brenner. Looks for a bouncing bomb. How does he do it? How does he get away with it? Forces the flash out from Zeronix, who gets the shutdown. He should not have got that kill. That stun locked me, but he got away with that.
Yeah, perfect usage of holding the flash. Not really giving away the fact that he wants to try and get out, but yeah, really good combos. You can just see the amount of snowballing we had.
Zeronix. Almost going down to his own ultimate there. Valiant, if they somehow turn the fight around again, I might lose it. Nah, he's going down this time. There it is. But it has come at the cost of a tier 2 in the top side. And only one turret outside of the base is standing. A very successful Baron over to the side of Valda. But Dragon number 2 for Rich Gang is going to be getting taken. The problem is while they're doing this, they're still being sieged topside, so they lose an inhibitor tower, and they're probably going to lose the inhibitor here. Siege with the ultimate up and available, it's going to make life really scary for them. Inhibitor survives, but a Ziggs is now teleported into the mid lane, and the bleeding just can't be stemmed right now.
Yeah, they do have some go buttons at their disposal. Zeronix did just inherit about 1.6k gold, so they can try and play off this advantage, but at the moment, Rich Gang feeling like they haven't really got a threat when they have, 2 unstoppables in the top side. They're mid, they can sort of throw DPS from miles away, so really hard to chase them unless you full commit on it. Well,
resets did come out apart from everyone on Nomi. Zeronix is looking for a charm angle, misses it unfortunately. There's no Civis, they haven't got the wave clear, so this tower is absolutely going down. And now there's only 4 towers on the map left for Rich Gang. 2 of those are on the Nexus. The map is in shambles. Baron's up in 2 minutes. I think right now you've got control, that you can just set up as much vision around the Baron as you want and play around that. But they do instead look for Nomi. Don't make a good enough connection though, so he's going to walk away.
Yeah, the side of Rich Gang seem to be trying to death ball, just trying to find any members. But in the meantime, Volda, they're just setting up this 1-3-1, just sort of going, you know what, we'll drag you out to sides, make it harder for you. And we have a Ziggs that can just blow up any ways that you guys try to threaten on the other side. So really good job from them. And yeah, again, the Baron is going to be their fallback. 2 minutes. I expect this to be their final push. Get that Baron, got Ziggs. They should be able to destroy multiple inhibs if they continue playing like this. They keep drawing multiple members of Rich Gang to these sides.
Well, it looks like the vision control game is trying to break out. Valiant is going to chase forwards, but Nomi gets hit by the charm. The Spirit Rush comes forwards. Nomi's very low. He's going to be able to survive. The slam down, though, from I Want to Gank You is going to be pretty huge. Crystal Boon now joining into the fight. Red Strike's already gone low. Chain Lash lands in there onto them. They do see a steal from the All Out coming through onto Siege, but I don't think it's going to do anything for them. Baron's not on the board, but the base is going to be absolutely ripped through here as a tier 1 tower goes down bot side. They didn't have Brenner in position, and that fight just went horrifically for it.
Yeah, I mean, it was nearly a perfect pick there. I think Zeronix could have got in and out if he was able to pick up Nomi there, but instead they full commit into the fight, trying to get something, but you'd rather go out fighting than not, in this situation. And again, 4v5 side of Boulder, they're already 5k ahead. They can just wallet check you, even, especially if you have less members, they're going to just check.
Yeah. Well, 26 minutes on the board. Baron about to come up online. They've just cashed in a lot of gold, so this is a ideal time for a good reset here. Blast Cone's going to get used. Let's get away from I Want to Gank You. There is a brief window here where Rich Gang could look to try and get the area for Baron. They're not going to be able to rush it, but they could definitely get control of it. We'll have a look at this fight once again. It was just multiple skirmishes in very close proximity to each other.
Yeah, and I mean, it initially starts off with the man advantage for Rich Gang, so I can see why they want to take it. You want to try and take that disadvantage. They've been trying death ball consistently, but yeah, as soon as Nomi doesn't go down in the initial trade, Zeronix just takes way too much damage being that far up, and then it's just a matter of time before the Giovanna ult and the rest of the combo comes through, and Valiant then joins and continues the fight, just one shot on multiple members.
Alrighty, 27 minutes. Baron now online. Dragon not for another minute 30. Someone has to go deal with the top side, but also, as you can see, Valiant here, teleport available, happily just clearing away the bot side and putting another pressure point on. Honestly, the stupidest thing Boulder could do is what they're doing. Try and check. They're going to force the ultimate out. Sundax hits down to everyone, but that's a massive Mega Inferno bomb. The health bars are low, teleports are being used, and finally, Valiant joins into the fray. They've already been able to get themselves 2 kills, and this fight has gone so wrong for Rich Gang so fast. The gold difference is just too damn much. Baron will not be necessary. Volder making a very, very quick game 1. Really impressive stuff from these guys.
100%. The combo lands for them smooth, nice and simple. But, you know, Rich Gang, they were on a timer. They had to try and make it play right. He's just pumping up his CS numbers. You know, sometimes you want to look at like Game of League and see you at the top of the list for like CS numbers and that like per minute. And you know, sometimes you just got to go farm some jungle camps.
No way he was padding the stats there at the end of that. That's crazy. But yeah, I mean, a very fast game from Volder. I think they did a good job of what they've done is recognize that Rich Gang will play for the late game, and they picked something that could actually be successful in the mid game instead. And you know, genuinely just really impressive performance from them to kind of play what we thought was actually definitely a harder team to play, and they looked incredible there. They looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, the plays on bot side early were really important, impactful. I think early Drake stacking as well from them. I mean, it wasn't as early as, you know, straight on spawn, but it was early enough for them to actually create an impact for Rich Gang, who are the team that wanted to go later, so it did delay that. And then they just sort of held and maintained all of that objectives and made them come into them, which they had the better snap decision making on the time.
Well, if we're lucky, it'll be another quick game and we can see the Eclipse before we get into game number 3. We're going to throw ourselves to a quick break and be back with you in a second. See you in a moment. Hello and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into our second game of this series. Sorry, getting ahead of myself there. Kari, welcome back. How you feeling after that first game? What are your thoughts? What are your breakdowns?
Well, first of all, I'd like to extend my apologies to the Norwegian crowd for saying that they might not be able to execute the plan of just hands checking, because, well, they just did. I think the issue for Rich Gang was that they didn't have a good plan of shutting down the scaling jungler there. I think, even though I mentioned that the Zahan is able to kind of fight against the Shyvana, it just doesn't work if you don't have enough early prior. You don't have enough setup with the Ari and Zahan here, and also just this happening. Volta having constant prior in bot lane, even though they shouldn't, it just felt like they were absolutely dominating in this bot lane, and then Sheikah Camel finding these ganks, getting so ahead on the Shyvana. It just felt like Volta played clean. I'm not saying that they weren't the cause of their own victory, but I think that Rich Gang had no plan on how to shut them down, and they just got kind of rolled over by the scaling Shyvana. And when you give the Shyvana the chance to win all these fights, find all these ganks early game, there's just no way you're coming back into that. And also the Sivir counter pick into the Ziggs. It's a traditional pick, but you kind of need to be able to clear the waves and at least make the lane sort of equal. But it just felt like they weren't able to do anything in the bot side of the map, and whenever they tried to look for something to salvage on the top side, it was way too late. Sheikah Camel just went absolutely insane on the Shyvana here. Except for that flash, I guess, but
I mean, that's fine. You're allowed a mistake because they genuinely did carry the hell out of this game. Really, really solid performance. Yeah. And what's really crazy is they're subbing out for this next game. They're bringing in a different jungler. They're bringing Moji in for the side of Volta. So changing around the jungle when, like, your jungle kind of was, MVP of this game one. I assume there's a reason why they're subbing them out, because that is a bold choice. I will also say though, through the bot lane from Volta, they look like they got Rich Gang dizzy. Like, there was a couple of mistakes made by Rich Gang, and then they just pushed the advantage on the side of Volta. Like, Rich Gang looked so lost in the tail end of that game, and I think a lot of that stemmed from confusion about what to do about bot lane. So, Gizmo, what needs to be changed by Rich Gang going into this game? Because I don't know if it's a champ select issue or if it is just like a get your head on right in games issue.
I think it's a bit of both, right? I feel like they didn't give themselves the best tools on the bot side. You know, you are countered by the Sivir does sort of, it is sort of like a trade into the Ziggs, but also you get countered by the Alistar, but you couldn't take the Alistar because there was a Sylas pick, so you've sort of had to you have to sort of play something that's going to run away from it, because otherwise you sort of have a Leona into a Ziggs and you can never really get on top of the Ziggs. So I feel like that was like their pressure. I think understanding like your matchup in that game was sort of where they went wrong, right? Because Alina was trying to continuously force overextending, and that was what started the snowball for Nami, and then just at that point you just can't contest the waves ever, right? I think they just need to go back to basics, really. Just sort of go like straightforward front to back with a little bit of scaling. Both of these teams weren't really that roam heavy. Like, there was a couple times in mid, but like it was more of a wave state than like actual to death. So I feel like you can give a little bit on those and sort of just play, you know what, we'll play something with like a little bit of earlier game aggression, but then we'll just play nice standard front to back comps.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be against seeing someone like an Ezreal. You kind of get obviously with the Ziggs open, you were not picking Ezreal because you're just going to spend the entire game under turret. But I do think, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, now that's off the table, you can pick up someone like an Ezreal, gives you, you know, kind of just like a good curve throughout the entire game. Like, obviously doesn't hard scale like some ADCs, but like Ezreal's not useless late game. Very, very potent in the mid game as well, and try and take over the game, because from what you're seeing, from what we saw from this game, Volta instead are actually leaning towards a more mid game style right now. So if you're expecting to scale, they're going to do everything in their power to deny. Now, I've had a quick update on what's going on with the junglers. So the reason why there isn't any like, oh, someone's just got sick and they need to run out. They've been scrimming with both junglers, and they have a lot of faith in both of these junglers, so they're changing it around. It also then shakes up champion pools You know what? That's a pretty cool sub reason. Like half the time in NLC when we see a sub, it's like, oh, their internet died, or you know, their cat fell on the stairs. It's instead no. There's actually like we've got 2 junglers we have a lot of faith in, and even though we just got carried by a jungler in game 1, we're happy and confident to go. We're going to switch it up and change jungler for this next game. And now that just means there's another kind of element for Rich Gang to really have to think about going into this next game. Going, are they playing a different jungle style, or is it the same? Do we need to look at different bans all of a sudden? And I know Rich Gang would have done some prep, but it's really cool to see. So be getting into picks and bans soon, and we'll get to see some of the questions answered about what the jungle is going to look like any second now. But yeah, I mean, Kari, what Evolder need to do just to make this a 2-0 then? What are we expecting in this pick and ban to give it a 2-0?
I mean, I think they already did what they need to do. You mentioned the versatility in having 2 junglers that are able to play with the roster, and having that strategy of Sheikah Camel playing on this scaling super farm and carry jungle, it worked out. They banned the Uter, right? And that the Shyvana through it worked perfectly. And even though I think he played a fantastic game from the jungle, I think it was mostly off the back of the bot lane. They constantly had prio. The Sivir, as you mentioned, Ezreal might be stuck under the tower, but so was the Sivir. And I think the Shyvana had all the free time to sort of come into a ready situation where he just picks up the kills in bot lane because it's set up so well. And now that they have a different jungle in the roster, I think this might already be enough curveball for them to play a different style, different kind of composition entirely. And that might be enough to sort of make Rich Gang triple. Because how do they prep for that? Hecarim banned already.
Alrighty, well, a lot of early game jungle bans coming in from Volder. The Jarvan, the Lee Sin. I mean, it's actually, sorry, it's just 4 jungle bans across the table. Didn't even look at Rich Gang on that one. We'll see what the final ban here from Volder is going to be. Obviously, still in Fearless, so nothing of what was open in the last game is going to get banned away. This has been a pretty consistent ban across a lot of our teams in NLC. The Akali mid, especially for like game 2, is such a dynamic changer. A lot of teams do just get rid of it, and we have Zoronix is one of the people I remember actually being fairly decent at it, but we have actually got quite a few good Akali players in the league as well, so it makes sense that they're going to be taking that one away. So Rich Gang look to close this one out with, I mean, there's so much support open. You could just go for that Varus and try and play the top ban on Crystal Boo. No, not 10.
It makes a lot of sense, right? They in the last game, Volder showed that they could play around ulti timers very well, and with the Shyvana, so Nocturne again has that very similar style, and I think Volder also played the Hecarim timer as well. Before they played Hecarim Orianna in the previous series, so taking away those combos early doors is quite good, but it does sort of mean what combos are they going to cook up, because we've seen Volder can play them and have done previously. Are we going to see like a Pantheon Talia sort of style, maybe a bit more meta, you know, Wukong, I can imagine Wukong, Syndra being alright. Something a little bit skirmish heavy, but like has that deep pool that can have a combo with.
Yeah, I mean, my only beef with Wukong is the champ's kind of very reliant on 6. I mean, I guess it's the same thing for Nocturne, right? Like both these champs need level 6 to actually function. So it's you know, if you want to try and find an angle to kind of punch through earlier, you go for something like a Xin or a Vi. But if you're happy to sit back and just let the level 6 take over, I mean, Syndra as well kind of wants that level 6. It's kind of like a big power tool. So it does lean that maybe they will see something like that. Glad to see the Ezreal. That's exactly what I said I wanted to see. You could pair it with like a Karma or a Lux if you just want to go for full lane pressure, or you pick like an engaged support here and have someone who's able to roam around.
I think you need to pick Vi here, actually.
You do now.
What's going to happen here is that Volder's just going to pick the Vi here, and that's a really good answer into anything Rich Gang could
don't do it. Way,
but they might be going for the Wukong instead.
I don't like it into the Xin early though. Into the Xin, you're just going to get out skirmished.
It's fun. Nowadays, Wukong can take early game trades. Like level 3, he's actually pretty strong in the early phases. He just needs like mid to give a little bit of CC, something else, just to add that little bit of flavor to him. But using clones correctly and stuff like that, you can buy a lot of time. Disengage, re-engage, dodge a few abilities, and Volder do have 2 potentially very strong picks and like ADC flex if they lock in this Cassiopeia.
I like that, because what happens if they lock it in, and they have, is that as I talked about earlier, if you have the jungler with the slower tempo, you just need a support that has early prio. And then what happens is you can sort of secure the good mid lane matchup with these 2 double flexes, might even go top lane on the Cassiopeia, who knows. And then what you do is you just have that early game active support, maybe like a Nautilus or something, and then suddenly the Xin Zhao isn't able to do that much, even if they find a Karma or another Enchanter to boost the Xin Zhao in the early game. Because if you just have someone to secure the Wukong's gameplay, then it's just going to outscale to oblivion.
I think if the biggest mistake Richgang can do here is lock in and engage like tanky support, because you're going to be going into Cass or Syndra, right? Ezreal cannot manage waves like that. The reason you historically over in like LCK and stuff, you saw Karma as the big pairing for Ezreal was she helped him get control of the wave. She helped him actually with trading as well early, and you get a lot of power through that. So I think I expect to see engaged supports get banned out here, like a Nautilus and a Rel from the side of Rich Gang. I want to see like a Lux, a Karma, something that's going to be able to help with the wave and also help with the skirmish early for this Ezreal. Otherwise, Brenner's just going to spend the entire game underneath his turret. He's not going to be able to move if there's a Syndra or a Cass in his lane. It's going to be miserable for him. So we'll see what Volder are going to then look to try and answer out with as their own bans. They could look to try and target something like a Karma out, but nope, they're going to play towards the top lane here, banning out the Embessa.
I mean, they are just baiting them Nautilus banning, right? Because Rich Gang has to ban Nautilus here and then pick Karma. And then Volder just has this free ban first because they're just waiting to react. There it is. Now they can just ban the Karma here, and then Rich Gang is in a bit of a tight spot because I don't think any other champion does what Karma does.
Not as well. Enough. Yeah, Bard's a good idea. Bard and Lux are kind of like the slightly weaker flexes with the Ezreal.
I'd go Bard just because it gives you that opportunity to like move away, and also like in the fights of Volder, like you've got massive ultis and stuff, but you're going to be grouped together, right? You are going forwards or like stopping the engage. If you throw a Bard ulti at the top of them, you will catch multiple members. And I guess Volder sort of agree with me, instantly ban that.
Actually, it's a very good point because it is a short range comp from Volder. So there's the Karma as the lock-in is the answer. So as we expected, that was going to kind of be the bot lane for Rich Gang.
Does Sundex play
But
Pike?
Actually, do... Pardon? Pike?
Anything to create the sort of early pressure that Nautilus Hook might. Or just a Blitzcrank. Anything that actually has the pick potential I'd like here.
I mean, that's actually not a terrible idea. I think we're just getting really, really bizarre with this draft. It's a really, really weird game. That's when we see a normal bot lane get locked in here for Volder, and then they send like the Cassiopeia top lane. Huh? Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. Volder absolutely biffed this draft. To be fair, we did say that after game 1, but I'm not keen on the Wukong. I know you said he has some early game skirmishing, but like not Xin Zhao level early skirmishing. I assume backed up with the Aurora. Forgot a name there for a second. You know, I would much rather be fighting as a Xin Zhao Aurora than like a Syndra or a Cassiopeia paired with a Wukong. They're going to lock in the Dinar as the top laner here. Rich Gang, they just lock in something meaty on the front line, and I really like what they got put together.
I mean, you can't go too tanky because Cassiopeia will shred.
True.
But
yeah,
you know, I think Volder do have some good tools. I mean, Nami is a bit of a questionable one, just sort of taking Enchanter just to sort of match Enchanter. I feel like that's where you could have gone, like, maybe, I think Nico is up, and I feel like that probably would have given you very similar. Obviously, increasing the AP like amount on your pool, but it does sort of give you that tankiness. But I mean, Nami, if she doesn't go Staff of Flow and Water first, it's really struggle because Mandate is no longer like a priority on Nami.
Now, I'll admit, I've been quite critical on Volder. I think I'm going to have to come in and play devil's advocate on this side. I like what Rich Gang have got. I think they've got a lot of individual lane control and skill that they're going to be able to play through. You know, other than top lane, I feel like every individual role is actually just outclassing the other right now. But what I do like from Volder is they have a lot of reliable pick, especially post 6. You've obviously got like things that scatter the weak. You've got the Miasma to shut down people advancing at you. You've got the Cyclone level 6 paired up with a Syndra. Like the ability to blow up someone and one-shot someone is very high. This is a fairly squishy team on the side of Rich Gang, so I'll give that to Volder. Kari, I'm going to ask you once again. I might have influenced your opinion a little bit with that one, but I'm curious, who's winning and why in this game too?
I just think that there's not enough reliable engage on the side of Rich Gang. Volda's comp is even better now, and they also just completely hand stiffed last game. I'm not a fan of the Nami, but seeing how Volda played last game, I don't think it matters at all.
Go on, Gizmo. Give me a breakdown on what you're expecting here.
Yeah, I sort of agree. You know, looking at those team fights for Rich Gang, like they haven't got many tools to go forward, but if they do go forward, you know, there is a Cassiopeia there for them, and you know, you are very telegraphed with a, you know, a Gragas or a Xin Engage, which are your main tools. Aurora has to play flank style, and you know, for that to happen, Rich Gang need to have that vision set up massively early, and in the last game, we didn't see them do that.
I've got my critiques of this draft, but these guys, we were critical of their draft last time and they proved us wrong. So, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. We're into game for our second match of this best of 3. It is a short range comp on Volda. So they do have some weaknesses to play through, but their team fighting and their ability to select targets and recognize how and where they're strong was really damn impressive in the first game.
Yeah, massively, and you know, they also played very well around alt timers. You know, Shyvana are very hard to keep that rage bar up, and you know, they've got Gnar as well here, so like they have that tool which they've shown that they can play around those timers. So I'm excited to see how that goes out going into the later stage with these team fights. But at the moment, they can get pushing top, they can get pushing mid, but obviously Ezreal Karma quite hard to start off early, and Syndra needs a couple items to sort of test that push effectively.
Alrighty, well. Early, seeing some trades coming out here from Sundax and Brenner. Level 2 race is going to be secured by Rich Gang, but it'd be fairly quick on the turnaround once Nomi hits level 2 himself. I do really like this Karma pairing. I think this is probably one of the better matchups they're going to be able to give for themselves.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see something with a bit of CC. I'll be honest. I feel like the Ezreal Karma is sort of, yeah, it's the standard, but like when you look at the rest of the comp, I feel like he could have maybe gone into like that Nico style. Still gives you that push advantage, but I think maybe something else.
Flash out there by Valiant. Zeronix puts a ward down. It's going to be hard to go for anything more off that. Did get the flash out the mid early. But you can see exactly what the Ezreal Karma's meant to do, which is just get lane control and be a menace in that sense. But you know, there is a point where it kind of breaks, and when you've got the Syndra alone is just going to be able to one-shot waves. And there's some sustain coming in through the Sundax. Still not... I feel like you could have paired it up with like a Rel or something, but... Wait, was Rel banned? I can't remember.
I think Rel was banned, but I feel like if you're going to go Enchanted, there are other Enchanters to go with it, but I feel like that's not the reason why you're going that double mage bot side. And I feel like you also could have maybe like, gone a bit more... got something a bit more fun and like sort of pair it with the Cassio, because I think Cassio's got some really interesting pairings.
It makes for a nasty wombo, like the Tidal Wave, the Gnar, the Cyclone, the Petrifying Gaze. Like it makes the ability in a team fight. They have so many big AoE abilities to kind of dodge and play around on the side of Rich Gang. Well, as Rich Gang. So Volda, they do have a bit of a fear factor in through that, and you know, obviously. Right now, the game plan for these guys is just at 6. Volda do not really want to be doing much until 6 when you're playing with the Wukong and the Cass and all of that. So they've done a fairly decent job of getting some level of control here. Valiant trades back nicely onto Zeronix, who's just TP'd back to lane. Valiant hasn't actually gone for the teleport yet, so getting this like blast out of Zeronix's health bar means that he will TP back in with a little bit more of a comfortable position as a root lands onto Nomi, but nothing's going to come of it.
Yeah, I mean, Cassiopeia can just sustain on the wave for ages, right, with the E passive as well, getting that mana back, so it doesn't really take anything too early, and like Cassiopeia, no matter what the items are, as soon as you land that key, you can pretty much just chase down most champs in the game if they don't have a dodge, so really nice to see that early game aggression coming out for the side of VES.
Alrighty, well, 5 minutes getting ticked over. Level 6 is eke ever closer. Obviously, Dragon as well was a big thing to watch, because you talked about it actually at the end of the tail of the last game, but it's not like Rich Gang to be giving up early objectives, and Volda were able to get both of the first jungle objectives uncontested and with no consequences. which is kind of illegal, to be honest. The fact they got away with that.
Yeah, and they,
so
and they
we'll
got,
have to see if they can answer.
They got grubs as well, and I feel like it's the first time I've seen Rich Gang not fight for one of the early game objectives. Like I feel like every other game we've had on stream, they've just non-stop just sent it, no matter what the game state is. But maybe that's something they've been working on. Maybe they're trying to select their fights more effectively. But at the moment, yeah, they're getting the first strike. This is a bit more back to basics now.
Yeah, they've definitely got they know that they've got the power pre-6, so they're happy to take that. Did see a little fight here versus Akranton, Christopher. But this is... I need to double check. Are they just using Iwaganki's lobby, like, account name? Because it's meant to be a different jungler playing for them right now.
No, no,
that's an overlay thing.
Yes.
Oh, no, sorry, it's the other way around. Other way around, sorry. Yeah. Brain not working. Interesting to go for a pre-6 dive on the Wukong. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't have Cyclone. You don't really get much. They are going to... Crystal Blue is able to jump over the minions, but that was close to a dead monkey.
I told you that the DPS is there. It's just not the CC, right? He's still able to pump out a lot of damage. He has the Sheen already, so he is like at that point. I don't know if he had it at that point, but he has that DPS damage in his kit. It's just not enough to actually lock him in place. And yeah, Gragas is very good at disengage at this point, especially when he has the 6. So he also lasts a little bit longer, but no matter what, this top lane is starting to weak out. You know, we've seen them already get like a proxy off, and now with this death, they can reset, get more items, and continue this pressure.
Alrighty, well, Scatter comes out from Nomi. No 6 available there. It's going to be the flash forwards. Heal comes out from Sundax as Nomi's able to get away to safety. I think he's lucky he didn't have 6 because I think he would have probably really greeded to try and get that ultimate onto Brenner. Forces the heal out of his support and the opponent's support, though.
Pretty massive there. So maybe we'll see a play on this mid. We've seen the Gragas come down, but nothing there.
Yeah, I don't think they had the exact timer on the flash of Valiant, so and it's like seconds off coming up. As Nomi, now he's 6, unleashed power. One more auto attack will do it. Down he goes.
Just a matter of time, but as we said, it's so hard to leave Ezreal alone against these mages.
Just a boot. No ultimate available. They've already used it. They're trying to hold on, but there is a rabbit waiting on the wall for them. Zoronix able to secure the kill. Nice little pop off from Sundax, but a little bit too little too late as in comes Red Strike. Forces the flash out from the Nami. Sundax, nothing they're going to be able to do about that one. Valiant is going to stay inside the Zinzal zone and try and get as much damage out as possible onto them. Don't think they're going to get much more. No Petrifying Gaze. They're going to flash. True. Okay, maybe they are going to get more. Just need to land that Q, but they're getting slowed down as now Zoronix is answering back out, but there's a lot of sustain being built up here from Valiant as Zoronix jumps underneath his tower. No mana for him to play with. Valiant, honestly, the cojones on this guy just to chase 2v1.
Yeah, just knowing the opponent doesn't have any mana just means that he can continue to go forward. And yeah, once you land that 1 Q, you're able to chase out effectively. And now it's opened up the grubs for them because there is no jungle. There is no mid laner that are able to contest. If he's back in, we might see them try and move up. But now for Rich Gang, they're the ones that set up the vision. They're the ones that stepped up a little bit further, but they could have just taken the void grubs and left.
I think now we're also in that very good position for the side of Alder where they've hit those 6s. They're now finally kind of on that big... I wouldn't say big online, but like this was the kind of like early check mark they needed. The first kind of milestone for them to hit. So getting those 6s means that they can set up 4 plays and 4 fights. And they're going to be more of a pick team early until they can get a bigger gold lead. But Valiant really just knowing the limits here. Knowing Zoronix's limits as well. Like you said, no mana on him, so make it a little bit easier. As they can come back into the game. Nothing's going on though. Oh, no. Oh. Okay, he's fine.
He's nice.
Yeah. It got a little buggy. People started sliding around with no abilities, but there we go.
It's a good little trade on the top side, but at the moment the AP Gragas is still losing out to this now. You know, it will just tick down and Bo3 coming up.
It's gonna look better this time. OG, Cyclone, yeah, it's so much easier to pull off when you got 6, man. It's such a difference maker. Christopher did do a lot of setup as well, but Akrantor didn't even have the ability to answer that.
Yeah, and that's putting Actactyl in like a really rough situation here now, right? Like he's losing consistent waves. The Gnar is getting better, and as soon as this Gnar starts to move down to these team fights first, it's a real big decision of whether or not he Greg's to try and get back into the game or join his team fight. He is your engage tool. Be it a hard engage tool, he has to be there, right? So at that point, you're going to start to snowball this Gnar, and the side lane pressure is going in the favor of Volda.
Yeah, they managed to get lane control pretty much everywhere. A lot of attention has gone onto the mid, though, so Valiant is somewhat pushed under. But this is just given a free wave over to be shoved on the bot side so they can get their resets off, start setting up for the early dragon, or next dragon. First dragon did go over to Rich Gang. But Strat needs to be careful. The ward and the vision control now getting wrestled over by both teams. But with Brenner having to go answer this bot lane, they're down their ADC, so it's just a free kind of objective control given over to the side of Valiant.
Yeah, you can see Rich Gang spamming in this mid wave. They're sending multiple members here to try and enter through mid.
Oh, Petrifying Gaze didn't make the mark. They do throw down the Between Worlds as Valiant. He's going down. Tried to answer out, but it's 2 quick kills getting picked up for Rich Gang. They don't have their ADC. They've swapped over priority on where their bot lanes are. As Moji, he failed to E over the wall. Or W over the wall. That was just massive disrespect from Volda. Their AD carry, or their AP carry in this case, went bot side. They didn't have the members advantage.
Yeah, I think it was just sort of they were trying to decide whether or not they wanted to contest that mid push to try and stop them from entering in. They've set up the vision line, but they need to sort of decide, are you fighting them on this time? As we see top lane getting a bit dicey.
Oh, it's just going to need one more. Christaboo, no availability to hit that. Akrantor did have to flash. They're just going to make their way out. It's Nomi finds a good scatter here. There's a lot of tower, a lot of damage to come out. Just needs the one auto. He has to flash for it. Nomi's able to secure the kill. Heads back to safety. That's his second solo kill onto Brenner as well. That's rough.
Yeah, and this is the issue. You know, you've got that Karma, right? But the Karma has now started leaving lane, and therefore the Ezreal doesn't have the prior into this matchup anymore because Syndra can just blow up the wave, and you have no contestation of poke onto him unless your Ezreal is, because the Ezreal has to hit the wave now. He has to throw the Q on the wave to contest it. So without that Karma throwing the mantra Qs over the top, continuously bullying this Syndra, able to step up consistently, as we see. I think we might get caught here.
Yeah, it does have the backup though. Oh no, sorry. Here's Sundax coming in a little bit too low. Throws a bubble. But no follow-up. Oh, when Ganky chases forwards. When she's able to get the smite off there. No tidal wave was available. Just going to have to use that cyclone once again. Gets the spin onto multiple people, but he is on his lonesome. Trying to answer out onto Zeronix, but down he goes. And that was just a snowball of people getting caught. Nomi, don't add to the pile.
Yeah, I think they just have to cut their losses, right? They keep opting into these fights where they're giving multiple members away, taking the disadvantage. This is not the last game, but
no way! He managed to get him nod off the blast cone. Good solo kill.
Yeah, and this top lane has really not faltered for the side of VCS, right? They are continuously putting this pressure in. They are continuously getting pushed, but the rest of the map is slightly faltering. You know, Nomi is the only member who's really solo killing nowadays, so they have to try and bring multiple members to the next objective, try and get this to the point where they can all sort of side lane, because later this game goes, that is your big threat, right? You can have multiple people on the side lanes, can pull Rich Gang apart from this death comp, so that's hopefully what we'll start to see.
Yeah, Christaboo also probably want to start seeing them rock up to fights fairly soon. They're very, very strong. But this literally just started with a pick onto mid, and then Sundax walked up and got themselves killed, which then snowballed into Moji going down as well. It was just a comedy of errors there for Volda, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like you could put the Benny Hill theme tune over that and just sort of let it play, and you sort of get the same outcome. But yeah, it's just sending multiple members, just trying to defend one by one, trying not to give anything. I know, fair enough. You don't want to just let Rich Gang get a little bit of goal back into this game, but you know, you have to decide. You have to pick those critical moments to say, you know what, this is where we can make the impact. And at the moment, that's not it.
Yeah, unfortunately not. So, seeing everybody else just get himself some farm on the board. Looks like Zeronix is seeing if he can maybe find a pick onto Nomi, but doesn't really have that much backup, so it's going to be a 1 versus 2 for him. Has got his jungler slowly making his way down. Crystal Blue once again looking for Akrantor. just getting another. Goes for the flash. Moji trying to jump over the wall. Has the Cyclone available. But meanwhile, on the bot side, Nomi's in a bit of danger. Zeronix gets a lot of damage off. And a great tidal wave means I want to gank you. Not going to get in range of the wind becomes lightning. Nomi needs to be careful to step up there. But a good scatter of the week. Sends him packing. Followed up by the bubble. This bot lane, honestly, a couple of mistakes have been coming out from Sundax. But Nomi's been playing fantastic all series.
Yeah, massive important. And now they should be able to collapse in on this.
Yeah, they're going to keep the chase up. Scatter a little bit, goes down. True Shot Barrage goes a little bit wide. Valiant will fall. Great petrifying gaze into the Unleash of Power. And it's a double kill for Nomi. A 4-0 Syndra. Fantastic play.
Yeah, Rich King just overextending, but Valiant bringing multiple members down as VCS, just really like showing that they're willing to throw down whenever they want. And yeah, it works out massively for them here. Moji hitting the ultis down, bringing the space down. But yeah, it's just this ulti combo, right? They are able to hold you in place, able to throw out a mass amount of DPS. And at this point, they are jungle tracking effectively. They are contesting correct timers. And yeah, it's working well for them.
And there it goes. Rift Herald picked up by Volda. Their first jungle objective, actually. I know they got grubs. Their second jungle objective. They've been very good on the top side, which is not particularly surprising when you have a 0-4 Gragas in the enemy team. Very easy to pick up those jungle objectives. It's surprising with a 4-0 Syndra on your team to not be able to get any objectives, but I think that's kind of been a bit of a snowball of the mid jungle. Nice scatter from Nomi. Gets himself a little bit of damage off on Taverna here. Forces a flash out. Scared of the follow-up if that was a Q into another ultimate. Zeronix coming in on the flank.
Yeah, and now they're going to use the health to try and push up, but...
Great ultimate thrown down by Zeronix. Moji's able to survive, breaks away. Tidal Wave hits onto multiple people as well. Great ultimate comes in from Valiant, gets himself the miasma for the slow, and Zeronix is going to fall as well. Wind becomes lightning, and the snake is getting picked, but the follow-up from the team is huge. Brenner falls as well to Nomi, and two members stand up for the side of Rich Gang as Volda don't lose a single person. An absolutely flawless flight into the scatter, into the ultimate from Akrantor. No one's going down here, though. Beautifully played.
Yeah, just bringing the extra members there, and you know, Rich King, they're trying to pull the trigger, trying to bring in the multiple members first, but Volda, they just wait their time. They know that if they overextend, they have the tools to disengage and re-engage, and yeah, at that time, they're just able to find the correct members at the right time. And it's Valiant on the side, on the flank, able to chase down multiple members and just get free hit in these fights.
Alrighty, well there you go. 2 towers full. They're going to throw down the Between Worlds here. Zeronix just going to get himself out, but I mean, what a fight, honestly. Just really, really well tempered again. They're just so good at the pacing of fights.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the Wukong space buying here. Like, instantly goes back onto his team, just buys the space of Valiant, and looking for something about a little bit later. But at that point, RG have left multiple members trying to make the play back onto Valiant, but he's too tanky at this point. He's got that Roa stacked. He is just able to lifesteal and continuously play these fights. And yeah, you split members, and all of a sudden, Volda can just front the back you very easily.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so seeing Sundered Sky on Moji makes him a lot harder to pick as well. Lots of sustain available to the side of Valiant. And again, it's really come down to, I genuinely don't really like this draft from Volda, but they're just really good at exercising the strengths of the draft and recognizing the weaknesses in the enemy draft and then playing the fights on an individual level very well and as a team. They're just, right now, they're just kind of out-brain powering Rich Gang. Nomi goes for the scatter. It's another Q. I don't think it's enough to go for the Unleashed Power. God.
We saw it in the last fight, right? Rich Gang throw all of their engage, and Sunlance just throws down.
Oh, Nomi. Oh, that last Q wasn't enough. He got him. He's got the burn.
Was that Nami E getting put on iron that gets the kill? Maybe. Anyway, we saw it in the last fight. The Nami ult, it just blew up the complete engage of Rich Gang, and then all of a sudden they have no hard force to actually try and get back in. So
yeah,
at that point then, it's just a slow burn, and Volda can use those tools to disengage, but also use them to engage. So at that point, you're at that disadvantage where you sort of have to make sure that first engage lands correctly, and as soon as you hesitate, it opens the door for Volda.
So Ronix going on the long flank, but Nomi is far underneath his tower to safety here. You can see Emoji has been caught here by Red Strike, but throws down the Cyclone. I want to gank. He tries to go forwards. As in comes the Tidal Wave. Double knockups into the bubble. They do answer out with a kill, but, I mean, they had to use a lot there. Valiant comes forward, throws down the miasma. He's looking for Red Strike. Can he get the last hit? Yes, he can before he is snared. 2 for 1 in favor of Volder, and they should be able to take down this tower now off the back of that.
Yeah, Valiant just moving so fast there to join that fight after the TP. Absolutely crazy, but yeah, again, it's those tools that they're throwing multiple tools or members to try and get that engage, and they're able to only get one member there, but you saw Moji able to buy space. The Nami ulti buying the space, stopping that initial engage, and then all of a sudden it's just that chase down potential. They have the tools, they have the movement speed to chase down after, and it's working wonders for him.
Zeronix looks for the pick onto Sundance. Okay, that's... He's been trying to do that for a while now. Still 5-1 on the Aurora is a genuine threat for the side of Volder. It's definitely not over yet.
Yeah, but you can see, like, they engage onto one member, instantly CC'd up, and after that, then it's just a matter of time before they chase down multiple members, and they have the tools at their disposal just to go, you have nothing to CC chain me, you have nothing to stop me from being able to step up like this, so you better throw some damage at me, otherwise I'm going to keep going forwards.
Alright, 20 minutes on the clock. All to play for still. Gold lead significantly in the favor of Volder, and if we could get a quick toggle of that gold, I'd love to have a look at where the kind of gold spread is, because Zeronix, yeah, I expected, does have a gold lead over his opponent, but it's not as big as the difference between Nomi and Brenner, or the difference between Christaboo and Akrantor. Like, you have a fed member on Rich Gang, but the other fed members on the other side are extra fed.
Yeah, and importantly, Christaboo got this basically in, like, I'd say isolation. Obviously brought emoji to get the kills, but most of that is just through just laning alone, right? That's not through the team fights to getting the extra gold. That side lane pressure that he's been able to draw, like, he's going to start getting these platings on top side, having to bring multiple members. You just see that now. You see Karma, you see Zin potentially going up to top side. That opens up an opportunity for all to play on this mid side as well. So very hard to punish this.
Oh, good flash. I think also the big thing is yes, Zeronix is fed. Oh, dodges everything. That was nasty, but he's on the wrong side. Down he goes. What I was going to say is he is fed, yes. There is no denying of that, but it's not like Valiant's behind. Like, Nomi getting fed has come at the cost of Brenner. He is 1-4. Christaboo getting fed has come at the cost of Akrantor, who is 0-4. But it's a 4-2 Snake on the other side. Zeronix is 5-2 now. But Valiant is also, not worthless. So you have a fed member, but you haven't actually shut down an avenue on the enemy team in response for that. You've just got yourself some gold. It's definitely a rough one.
Valiant has been the key member in these team fights of just collecting the kills at the end, right? He's the tool to just be able to chase them down. You can see now, I'll just throw out a massive amount of DPS, and that's only a 2-item cast, but that cast is also going defensive at the moment. When that cast gets a couple of different items on them, a little bit more aggression, that burn is going to hit very hard.
Yeah, they're going to be very hard to deal with. I think they're going to be going a tanky item actually next. There's Zeronix catching some damage onto Christaboo, who is going to get caught by the root here. Able to dodge away, gets hit up, but a good scatter of the week comes in from Nomi. There's the petrifying gate, not the petrifying gate, the miasma to stop Akrantor from going any further forwards. They didn't actually get any summoner spells out of Christaboo there.
Yeah, I mean, once that Gragas ult is down, once the Zin's out of the fight, you have to flash out. There is no more engaged tools unless they go in with the Aura ulti. There is no tools to get onto that backline. There isn't any CC, so they just sort of have to go, well, we tried, we'll walk back away. And that does give Boulder that chance to set up that little vision line. They're able to reset, get that push if they want to contest Baron. If not, they can just go back and collect Drake shortly.
Alrighty, well, everyone's just going to back off. Play it chill. Obviously, vision control of Rift Herald is the name of the game, right? Not Rift Herald, sorry. The big one, Baron. It's kind of the name of the game right now. And Iron Ganky gets hit by the scatter. The tidal wave comes in. That is not going to be enough. The monkey's on the backline. Big spin coming out as Moji's able to dash away to safety. Iron Ganky is still alive. The healing is massive. But Nomi is going to go godlike. Takes him down. Goes for the scatter, makes the connection onto Brenner there, but a good shield comes out as they are going to throw forwards, and the Rabbit's able to get the kill. Sundance chasing, and Volder, their bot lane just got a bit too cocky, a bit too greedy, and it came at a heavy cost.
Now they've started up this Baron, but I feel like they have to give this up now. They've stepped up a little too far, but good timing from Zoronix there to punish the overstep there from Nomi, knowing that once that scatter's gone, you can just force a heavy onto them. There is no tools and is left alone. But yeah, again, we're seeing Boulder. They're really trying to push the tempo. Moji made such a massive impact in this fight. CC chaining up, but then also distracting this backline. Obviously, it was the hand he was dealt with the Xin ulti throwing him back, but he's able to buy that space of the team because it just abandons our gank in that backline, and then yeah, just a little step up, and there's not really much your support can do there to peel you, especially not an enchanter anyway.
No. Well, Baron not being picked up yet. Shall I say, a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, slight delay on that. I feel like, yeah, they definitely could have just gone to the end.
I think, yeah, to be honest, I'd say a little bit of a surprise. It's not a surprise when Nomi and Sundax overgreed mid lane to try and find yet another pick, and losing Nomi.
It shows sort of a mindset, right? They don't want to give Rich Gang an inch to breathe in, right? They don't want to give them a chance to get even just a little bit of farm, even hit this mid tower. So I like the idea. I like how they're trying to play it. They were down multiple members, but at the moment, you're not at that point where you're able to wall diff that much, but they are getting there.
Oh, here comes the tidal wave into the monkey spin. Red Strike is just put on the bounce house. Trampoline as well as just scattered. The CC chain will not enter onto Zoronix, and that is probably Baron.
I think you can safely say that's Baron. I don't think Nomi's going to do the same thing. Oh, well, he's bottom to mid, so we'll find that shortly. But yeah, again, great team fight, bringing multiple members there. And, you know, this is the thing. They can step in, but they have to do it as a team. They have to do it with their combo. And Moji buys multiple spaces just for their team to be able to stand in, because in this fight, when there's no CC, it landed on that backline. He'll step forward. And, you know, he's in there. He's just standing on miasma for like 30 seconds, unable to do any DPS.
Well, I mean, just look at this. It's just so much like CC landing.
Yeah, and it could have even gone even worse, right? You know, if that North does happen to, like, you know, flash into that backline or anything else, get a little bit of a different angle, it could have been catastrophic for Rich Gang. But they're lucky to give up just those few members. But in the end, it's target selection from Volda, just knowing who they need to hit, where, and what objective they can get from it. So at the moment, they target the jungle, they target mid lane, and then they go, you know, we can go for this objective.
It's kind of crazy as well, looking at like level differences right now. Nomi 2 levels up onto Brenner, Zoronix 2 levels down on Valiant as well. Like the Volda team have managed to be able to translate so much experience out of this as well, where like Zoronix, all he's really doing is just trying to find that flank angle and one-shot someone in response. But that avenue is just getting smaller and smaller for him as towers are crumbling right now. Volda inside the base, taking their first tower. Zoronix is going to look for the execution onto Valiant. Maybe able to find that angle, but a good ulti is going to peel him away. Valiant's able to survive. Akrantor tries to spread the fight, but massive gnaw from Crystal Blue onto the back line. Nomi jumping forwards as the unleashed power comes down, and Rich Gang are just liquefied in the fight. Akrantor gets himself a belly bop to safety, but hit by the scatter, and down he shall fall. The burns are not going to finish him up, actually. His passive heals him enough, but I think his base in tatters right now. There's a massive wave mid, and the base towers are crumbling here to the side of Volda. Akrantor tries to save the day. It's not enough. Brenner, it just wasn't his series, unfortunately. 29 minutes on the clock. And that is just a clean 2-0 from the side of Volda.
Yeah, again, they executed their comp. You know, we said it was more complex than Rich Gangs consistently, but actually actively playing their comp to its style, not trying to, you know, move the numbers on that. And they play it perfectly, you know. Rich Gang, they didn't have the tools for the engage. They knew that as soon as those tools were put down, they punished hard and they got the win. Yeah,
honestly, just clean. Genuinely just clean performance coming in from the side of Volda there. I think, you know, unfortunately, that is the end of Rich Gang. And, you know, there's a lot to take away from this loss. Unfortunately, there's not going to be any more NLC, so this is the end of their run for them forever, and it is a bit of a sad one for them to have that kind of be the ending of the story. But man, Volda, the team just don't quit. They're still going. They've got a hard road ahead of them. On Monday, they've got to play the losers of the upper side, but genuinely, really, really impressive stuff.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting seeing how they match up going later into it. They've had their comps, they executed them, but I feel like taking that step up into the next stage of playoffs, like getting ready for playoffs. I think a lot of the other teams they are slightly stylistically different, right? They will play this more meta support style with those like Camille's, those Shens and stuff like that. And it'd be interesting to see if they can overcome that and see what sort of styles they're willing to throw at that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm excited to see, because it's a different look from Boulder as well. It was a much more aggressive look. So I'm excited to see what they're going to look like versus those teams. Anyway, we have Kari back, so we might as well bring them in to yap a little bit for us. 2-0. Caught us off guard.
Yeah. I guess I was expecting Boulder to take it, but like it being a 2-0 wasn't in my bingo cards.
No, not at all. Not at all. It was it was one of those performances where, I think the expectations were we were going to see a long game. I don't think that was unreasonable to see 3 long games come out of this series, but Volder, I think they obviously recognized that was potentially a shortcoming of them, because I feel like if you rely on late game, it's very exploitable by better teams, and if they were to make it into playoffs, they have to go through better teams at some point down the road. So this to me was kind of them showing the ability to kind of play the mid and late and early game a little bit more convincingly, and I am convinced, but I mean, I don't know who they're playing in the later brackets. I think that's yet to be determined. On Monday, who's like the upper bracket losers. So it's going to be interesting to see what those series look like for Volder. But I think regardless of what happens, I feel like right now these guys should be very proud of their performance today. Yeah, that's what I got on Volder there. That's my glazing of them done.
Yeah. I think a really important thing, especially looking at the later games, is that they are able to execute with this double jungle thing. It gives them so much versatility, and maybe it does give them an edge over some of the better teams at some point, and it's going to be really exciting to see how the 2-2 bracket is going to go.
Absolutely. Well, we're getting ready for an interview, so we'll have that coming up fairly soon. Talking to Coach, I believe. Well, let me check my... I literally was looking at it a second ago, and I've lost it. Head coach. Yeah, we got Boulder's head coach coming in, so I'll have a chat with them in a moment and kind of get their thoughts on everything, because I'm genuinely interested to talk to them, because I haven't had the ability to speak to... Actually, I think this whole tournament I've not had the ability to speak to a single of our kind of like tier 3 regional league teams, so it'd be cool to see what their mindset really is going into all of this. But yeah, I mean, it's there we go. I was about to go in full fill mode. Let's bring him in. We got Wise Traveler here from not Valor. Talking about your mid laner there from Volder. How are you doing, mate? How are you feeling after that victory?
Pretty good. I mean, it went pretty well. We were
Yeah, I'm curious, because I haven't had the ability to talk to anyone from the kind of the regional league teams. What was like your prep and everything going into this tournament, and what were your realistic expectations? Have you beaten them, or do you feel like there's still more to go?
I mean, it's a tough question, because I think most of the players in this team, they're expecting to go all the way to the playoffs. So I think on staff we don't really have like a lower expectation than that. I think we're just rolling with what the players feel, because it's kind of like we're not an NLC team that's like, oh, we must reach the top 4. We're here to do as well as we can. I think we're expecting to get there still.
So some high expectations from you guys. That's cool to hear, actually. Are there any of the other regional teams that coming into the tournament you were like, oh, they could be a threat, or were you really just focused on like the kind of big names here at the NLC, and these are the big guys because it's like Verdant, you have to beat them? Or was there any wild cards in there other than yourself, apparently?
I mean, not really, to be honest. I mean, especially the Norwegian league. I think a lot of these guys kind of they don't see the rest of the Norwegian teams as competition. I think the other teams we're not really thinking about, to be honest, from the regional leagues. Like, I mean, in game 2, for example, where a support asks Nomi if he's AFK, and we're walking down mid about to finish the game, and he goes with his mouth full, "No, I'm eating steak." So there's a bit too much disrespect, but yeah.
He earned it. He genuinely had an absolute smasher of a series. He played really, really well. Okay, my final question for you guys is, I feel like, especially when you're playing like in a league that's kind of like a division up from where you're used to playing, there's so many lessons to be learned. What do you feel like you guys have really learned and maybe taken and improved over the course of this tournament?
I wouldn't say it's about the tournament specifically, to be honest. I think it's more the fact that this meta is very difficult. For example, you saw us sub in jungle for game 2. We're currently experimenting with switching between the junglers at the moment. We're not sure what we're going to do moving forward, but it kind of gives us more options with the meta. Obviously, next patch is going to change things, but I think the biggest thing has been adapting to the meta in scrims. And first couple of weeks we kind of struggled, but I think now we're pretty locked in on what we want to do.
Yeah. That's really cool, man. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the win, and good luck for your games on Monday, I believe, is the next round. So good luck.
Can I give a quick shout out to?
Go for it. To
Valiant. It's his birthday today, so if we could say happy birthday in chat, that would be much appreciated.
Bro, he honestly earned it. He played so well as well. Really, really cool to see him having a great birthday. Well, congratulations, mate. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully we'll speak to you again soon. See you later. And for you guys, we now have quite a long break because I don't think anyone expected that to be a 2-0. So we are going to take it in for about a half an hour break, and then we'll be back with our second series of the day. I think the Eclipse is class, but I might go see if I can blind myself. So we'll see you in a moment for our second tournament, our second series of the day. See you in a moment. Bye-bye. Hello everybody and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into our second series of the day, which is going to be DMG versus Absolved. We had an unexpected 2-0 coming in from the side of Volder. We expected at least a 3-game series, but very, very fast tempo game. So maybe things are going to go a bit topsy-turvy in this one as well. I'm going to throw to you, Curry. What are your expectations for this game? Who have you got your eyes on?
So it's kind of interesting to me because the way I'd classify these teams at the current state, I'm saying Too Massive and what was it, the Sorby, were probably the lowest level teams, I'd argue. And then these two teams would be close to that situation as well, in my opinion. Damage had to forfeit their first match due to not having the roster able to play, and we haven't seen that much from them. But they did lose their games. I mean, they won against was it Too Massive? I don't remember who they lost against, but they got kind of stomped by Pandas. And then also the road for Absolved so far, they haven't had really any difficult matches. So it's interesting to see, because these two teams could be evenly matched or one could have a clear advantage over the other. But we haven't really seen enough challenge to them yet. It's only been matches against lower level teams or the top of the top. And so we don't really know how they're going to match up with the middle of the pack. And well, one of them is going to survive today, but it's going to be really interesting to see if it's going to be an even match or not. I'm assuming 3 games again. I might be wrong as I was for the first one.
And you, Gizmo, what are your thoughts?
I'd like to see Absolve sort of step up. I think like coming into this, they sort of started off with their roster, but they sort of had a rebuild at the start of the split, and then they sort of faltered. I mean, they're the same roster that's playing in the UKL. They weren't really doing that well. There were sort of some miscommunications. They brought in a new jungler, and it wasn't really fitting. Their old style was very much like, let's just let our jungler perma invade, like, you know, old style blabber sort of, let's just fight and skirmish. And now they sort of brought in a new jungler, they brought in Cast, and I feel like sort of matching that style, I feel like he's going to fit really well into that team. And they brought in Moon Soil from the UKL as well, so another like really aggressive top lane. And I feel like Emil is really great at following through with like really hyper aggressive junglers. I really want to see that come through and shine through on their side.
Yeah, no, anyone who is like, I know Cast, I can't quite place him, has played in NLC previously, was on Lundvid's light side a long time ago. It's 2021. Damn, that was a long time ago since I've seen him. That's crazy, because then he spent a lot of time doing, you know, kind of did 3 leagues and stuff, but is a player who, you know, I think he's the only player on this roster like I hard recognize from like previous seasons of NLC. So he's got a little bit of, you know, that expertise coming in with him. So, I mean, the expectations on him, maybe, I wouldn't say high, but, you know, again, your backs are against the wall on this day, right? Like, if you lose, you're out. We just lost Rich Gang. We're losing one of these 2 teams by the end of this show. The question is, who is it going to be, and how much of a fight are they going to put up? And, you know, taking from our previous series, like, we saw some growth in Volder. We saw a very different form from what we were expecting and from what we've previously seen of them. So it's cool to see, you know, what we're expecting of them, because Volder now have to take what they've just done here into the Monday tournament show, and they've got to then beat out the teams who are, you know, who are technically a little bit better than them. I hate to kind of put it down to that, but this is like, they're the upper bracket team, so they've got their work cut out for them. Whoever wins here realistically wants to do what Volder did, like a clean 2-0 to prove that they're not going to just get rolled by one of the upper bracket teams in the next round. So he's now shifting towards Champ Select. It's about 2 minutes away. I'm going to go to you, Curry. What are expectations in Champ Select? Have we got maybe pocket picks we got our eyes on or anything? But, you know, maybe we're going to be maybe looking for in this pick and bans. Oh, we're going straight in. Hell yeah. Straight in.
Amazing. So I think it might be a pretty similar one to the first series of today, where we're not going to see the OP first tier meta picks being the priority. As you mentioned earlier about them having this specific style, playing around the aggressive jungler and then utilizing the potential there. I don't think we're going to see a lock P1 or focus on Wukong and Ziggs. We're going to see something interesting that is tailored to fit the needs of the team and their specific style, and we already see this in the Belveth. Oh, okay, it's not locked. I should never talk about hovers.
I fall for it all the time.
Well, the Kindred goes into the same slot, I think, where they're focused on actually thinking of what the teams want to do instead of what the meta is, because then they want to use their own strengths here, and to try and predict what they're gonna focus on. Who knows?
Alrighty, well, there goes the Vi. Second ban from DMG. Towards potentially, well, realistically, that's actually a bot lane ban coming out from Absolve, taking away the Syndra. Does still leave things like Ziggs open. You were saying you don't expect to see it, but there is still a thought there for you know, some of these mages in the bot lane. DMG now looking towards their final ban. Heavy jungle attention from them in the Vi, in the Kindred. Shyvana's up and available if they want to take away that kind of scaling option. Xin Zhao's away if you want to take away some of the early option. Going for the Poppy, which is a solid flex pick. It can go between multiple roles. So, also tells me that they want to go short range with that Poppy ban.
Yeah, it's also like a sort of comfort for being Lord. Like, he's known for playing he's got about 4 or 5 champions in his pool, and that's one of his like main go-tos is just the Poppy. Yeah. He's also got a good Bard as well, so I can sort of see them trying to pick that up here. Bloodlust, I've seen the Ezreal quite often, and Emil is normally like Ori or Ari, so I sort of, the Orianna pick early, not really a shocker for me. And they do really play well around these like set plays. Previously in the UKL, they did sort of finish the regular season only dropping, I think, one game. And it was all based off of them setting up those like set plays and consistently executing them.
Alrighty, well, gives you a bit of a setup for wave clear, but also that big wombo combo down the line. Alistair's been a pretty go-to support here. Old setup, and with the fact that we're seeing now the Leona, it really screams to me that, yeah, it'll be Aurella and Alistair as the answer here from Absolved. Unless they want to go down like an Ezreal Karma lane and just try and poke out off the back of that one. We'll see what they're going to look to pick up as their next pick here. Looking towards the mid lane and answering with the Victor into the Orianna.
I really like the potential of the flex as well for the Victor. You don't have to put it mid lane, but it's a good answer as well, so you keep that open for a long while. And also with the Victor zone control tools and the ability to just sort of funnel the team fight into the direction you want, the Leona is going to be so much more effective with actually landing those important abilities.
Okay, so Wukong getting locked in, obviously, again, very big emphasis on the big level 6, but the Wombo setup is there. You don't have like much reliable engage other than like the Wukong finding an opening. That's a great follow-up though. You lock in the Shen, flexible as well. Realistically, probably going to see it support. But you have the ability to then jump the Wukong in, Shen ult on top, find the follow-up before the second spin goes down. Absolved has just locked in a level 6, press your R key button comp. That's exactly what they're looking to do.
This has been sort of a mainstay of like the UKL, like the Ori, Wukong, and then just engage support meta has been massive, and they will skirmish from level 3 onwards around mid-side. They love doing that, and we see it time and time again. So I fully expect to see that early game setup for them.
Alrighty, well, Ezreal getting picked up here as the final pick. See what they look to go towards. I assume we're going to probably see a few more bot lane bans targeting away at things that can answer the Ezreal. Kai'Sa being one of the kind of standard go-tos on that one. Now, you can just go for a mage and play full shove down there and just deny the Ezreal any ability to kind of leave lane. Or you can pick something that will also play a bit of scaling and kind of play towards those team fights. I mean, you got like Jhin up and available. Obviously, the whole team are going to be jumping forwards if you're on Jhin, so we'll leave you a little bit exposed. But Xin Zhao getting banned away here by Absolve. They're just going to pinch that jungle pool as much as they can.
Yeah,
I also think...
just as...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It could just be the Ziggs, right? Because I think Wimsol is quite a hyper-aggressive top laner. Like, he's been sort of known for just throwing an Olaf in. And like previously in the NLC, we didn't see the Olaf go that well. But, I mean, he's sort of known for that in the UK, just playing it into any matchup, sort of like his go-to. So I can sort of see, like, picking a mage in the bot side, going really heavy AD on the top side and like playing for that can be very good style for them.
Yeah, no surprise there that the Olaf is actually going to be banned. And also that was exactly what I was going to talk about. We've lately seen a lot of teams be completely fine with having Wukong as the solo AD, especially paired with Shen support or anything like that. So it doesn't really matter if you have an AP mid laner and AP bot laner. And you just get to play for free. You get to use the Mega Inferno Bomb, you get that pseudo global as well. On top of the Shen, to have that ultimate, you can wave here and affect other lanes while being relatively safe yourself. And, well, the Navier might make it a bit more difficult. That's what can make the Ziggs really, really vulnerable.
I think that's a very heads-up pick, actually. Because you know, you've not really got much going forwards. You got that the non-committal ult in the Leona, or non-committal engage in the Leona. So maybe we'll see a top laner kind of pair up well with this. Or the Neferi, something that can also jump forwards with them. I mean, Nar's open, depending on what gets picked up here on the top side. But Absolve really taking their time to think about what they want to be locking in here. Not going to be the Ziggs, but it is going to be something with a lot of wave control in that Sivir.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? You're not going to play Ziggs into Neferi very easily. And but I will say, on the side of DMG, they've not really got enough hard engage in my mind. You know, Neferi just going in by himself is not going to be enough. You have to have that Leona ulti over the top of it. So maybe you might look to pick up maybe something a bit more engage heavy in the top side. Maybe like an Ornn. Maybe you go for like a Sion or a Zahen. Zahen's doing these matchups.
It's actually interesting to see. I don't usually like picking Zahen or Ambessa into champions like Sion or Xante, because I feel like going 15 CS up isn't enough to justify the counter, because the tank is just going to be so much more useful in the team fights. But this would be an interesting adaptation, and Bust has been able to do some pretty amazing things on some carry champions. This is the classic thing that we saw in LEC and even some internationals 2 years ago. You need to get to 2 items and then you can start clapping the Cassante. But once again, if you don't reach that spike, it's really hard for you to play, and you're kind of focused on doing hicks with this comp from Damage Esports. You don't really have that solid team fighting because there's so many PL tools for the side of Absolved.
I really like this as well as a pairing for the Neferi. Like, you have the ability to just, like, 2v1 pick someone, get the Hextech Ultimatum, jump forwards. Again, both comps really screaming to me as comps that are looking to hit those level 6s and go all out. This is, I'd argue, a harder one to pick on, like, what craft I really like over the other. I think they've both got quite a lot of strengths. So, Kari, I'm going to give you the hard job, and I'm not going to influence it this time. Who's winning and why?
Absolved have the Z-tier champion of the entire game for several months, Wukong, and I think they should have the edge over this. It's just an easier comp to execute, and Damage really needs to be able to individually skill cap. But I did the same analysis in the first series and it backfired, so we'll see. But I'll give it to the Monkey King.
We were all wrong in the first series, don't worry, mate. Gizmo, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I think Absolve as well. I think you know, Wukong clone placement in those fights is going to be critical, because if that ulti interrupts, you know, Neferi engage or Camille engage, that's really over for DMG. And I feel like later this game goes, Absolve can blow up individual targets a lot faster with their comp, also play a team fight on even ground. Whereas DMG, they have to find those flank angles, they have to find those picks ahead of time. And I think, you know, Ezreal's great at scaling into late game, but you have to land those Qs, whereas Sivir, you can just press whoever's coming at you first, and those ricochets will just do the rest. And your comp's not tanky enough to just withhold a Sivir just free hitting, so you have to be able to land CC on them, and that's a struggle.
Well, we're both the analysts very Absolve favoured here. To be fair, and I'm not using this as a critique of you guys, we were all very wrong in the last series, so we could be wrong here. It's hard to know, but I do agree. I think Absolve, you know, I think the buttons are easier to press, and it's kind of just single button gameplay for them. DMG, you know, they're a lot squishier, but they've got to make sure they use their tools, because they have the ability to find angles on the Sivir or the Orianna and blow them up before they can have a major impact in a fight. They have, you know, a very hard to pin down ADC in that Ezreal, but if he does get hit by the Taunt or the Cyclone, there are going to be tools to just instantly pop him. So I don't think it's quite as clean cut as we're all saying this looks like an Absolve game, but I don't think this is like a clear cut. I think it's a very, very close line between the two, and it's really going to come down to how in which they're going to be able to execute it. And, you know, either team here right now is going to just be looking for a clean 2-0 to prove to themselves and everyone else that they're a credible threat and can actually make it to the playoffs, because they've still got to go through the losers of the upper bracket in the next round on Monday. So it's a hard path to walk, but the journey is not over yet.
Yeah, 100%. But both these teams, they know what's on the line, right? They know that this is their final chance, and I think Absolve, they've drafted something that's quite comfortable for them. And I think later the game goes, we'll see that shine through.
Well, here we go, getting ready to go into our first game of our second series. DMG taking on Absolve. I think we got a very fun game to watch ahead of us, Gizmo. I think we got teams who are very, very explosive.
I mean, that's what I'm here for. You know, that's what we want to see. You know, we want to see teams throw down early, and you know, so far it looks like we might see some shenanigans level 1. Wukong going in for this invade should force the split map, which is going to massively favor the side of Absolve.
Yeah, definitely. Although I will say, obviously, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Obviously, Cast wants to kind of just have a slightly uninteractive start to the game. Wants to just get his first 2 clears out the way, hit that level 6 ASAP, and, you know, be able to have impact off the back of that, where Vicast does actually have the ability to take over, you know, a lane earlier on the Neferi, so eyes would definitely be on him on the back of that one.
Yeah, I do think it'd be interesting if we see Cast actually take these 3 camps, reset, buy the longsword, and come back out. We've seen this on a few different junglers recently, Lee Sin being one of the main ones, just to get that early game advantage. And I think then he can actually just look for the Neferi in the early stages and try and force that fight. So might see that happen, but if not, trying to see if he just goes for the full split map or goes for the 3 quadrant.
Oh, well, catch on DMG. Soul has to flash away as he Zenith bladed underneath the tower. Bust doing a fantastic job here versus Wormsoil early. A lot of pressure built up onto him. And honestly, I think the reset angle was very on the money for Cast. But with Soul now being flashless and taking a tower shot, Monkey's not good at 6, pre-6, but versus a Leona that week, it's kind of an easy first blood.
Yeah, and it's good to see you being given over. Now, will we see the Nefuria actually punish on this side? The Raptors will be taken over, but Brimstone on the top side.
Yeah, I think the problem is you can see ML has actually been able to get an earlier shove into mid, so he's been able to rotate over and spot Bycas, who I don't know how much of the camp he was able to take there. Smite was on cooldown, so I think the big chicken's up, so I think the camp survives. He's just going to have to go towards blue side, but Wormsoil will fall in a solo kill to bust.
That's not what we want to see from
Bycas.
your top laner here. When you've got a split map as well, you could start to leak gold massively here. Inlord just in the area of mid, but Emil, low HP could be looked on, but actually just backs off a little bit. But yeah, now Wormsoil, he's got a wave pushing away from him. And DMG, they could bring their jungle up to punish. They've got support in the area as well, so they could maybe look to punish Wormsoil again. Now that he's flashless as well, should be easy pickings, but instead, some shenanigans around mid.
I just worry because Bycas has been actually heavily denied here. He tried to go for the red punish, got denied because ML had lane pressure, then goes into blue side to try and play denial over on blue side, and at that point, Beanlord, fresh off a reset, rotates up and actually protects the blue side. So Cast is opening with, I wouldn't say a full 3 quadrant clear, but he gets a much healthier first clear than Bycas is going to be able to get.
Yeah,
That's pretty brutal start for Bycas.
Did pick up that early kill as well, so that will be very impactful. But you can see Emil, he gave up his early game pressure for that. He's given over a bit of CS, a little bit of lane prio. This is sort of typical from him. Like, Emil does like to do that. He does like to be at these fights for a jungler. But if your jungler's the one snowballing heavily, you want to play for it.
Take another rough trade there. Versus Bust. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Beanlord and Bloodlust, they have the Bloodlust Soul. Remember, he is flashless, so he's kind of a freebie here. They get a lot of damage onto Kamito as well, as they're going to jump underneath the tower, force the flash out. Why would he overcommit? That was so brutal.
I don't think anyone could have predicted the tower was going to do 80% of his HP in one shot, but, you know, it's early game. It does do that, but that seemed particularly...
I assume he was communicated that he had both summoner spells. Maybe there was a miscommunication, and they thought he was only like flashless or something.
Yeah, I'd assume you could take 3 tower shots there and then look for the flashing engage and just trade. But yeah, I mean, slight over-aggression there from Cast, and yeah, been punished. But either way, you can see the bot lane, they're starting to ramp up the pressure, they're starting to snowball, and they will throw down the fights. You know, the Shen is very strong in the 2v2, which is being able to put down his passive and stop the Orthodox coming through and into Leona. Very impactful.
Was that a kill mid? It's close to a kill. Level 6 came in the last second. Emil, is he going to survive this? No, he doesn't. He goes down. That was a wee bit dicey.
Yeah, I mean, I put both sides traded. I think just ticking up to 6 nearly on Emil, and I think that might have just been able to save if they just hit the minion wave. But either way, gets the kill. Comes back to an alright lane state, but it just shows all of these players are just fighting tooth and nail, just with so much on the table here. Playoffs just around the corner. Losing this, they're out of the NLC.
You're making life a bit harder. Beanlord, good job holding the wave for his mid laner. Make sure that he doesn't lose out on too much fun, because obviously this guy desperate to hit that level 6. His soul gets the Hex Flash off onto Beanlord. Nothing too major. Dragonite is up, and control of the area is very much in DMG's favor. Cast is aware of this, and instead he's now trying to lean into a red side, just quadrant clear as a bit of a denial. He doesn't have timers though, and what's heartbreaking about that is that red is just about to come up. Soul is aware that this could be happening though. I think he was maybe spotted on a ward, so Soul's going to spot Cast out on this one. Question is backup going to make it in time? Monkey's in danger. Beanlord for the taunt. There's going to be the Hextech ultimatum. Cast is in danger. I think he's going down. He's able to flash over the wall, but the shockwave from Emil's huge. The true shot onto Beanlord makes the connection, but the Zenith blade comes over, and Soul is the one to go down. It was a battle of inches there.
I mean, just You really thought DMG had that there, but Emil, perfect ulti. This is sort of what he's known for in the UKL, just knowing how to hold these aggressive abilities and just time them perfectly. Like, just massive DPS there, and just a little bit of overaggression there from Sol, just expecting to still be in the area. Maybe hoping that he just one-shot someone with that Zenith Blade, but yeah, just multiple members over that wall, ready to pounce. And yeah, again, both teams really down to fight at every moment.
We expected a bloodbath. We got delivered onto. As Bust, I was going to weigh on a lot of these Qs here. Q1, Q2, Q3 all go wide actually. Wormsoil can't hit an ability, and Bust hook shots, good flash out. Doesn't get killed up off the back of that one. That was a bit of a rough one there for Wormsoil.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression, but he should just be able to reset TP and take the health advantage in that lane as long as he's able to hold the wave. But Camille will also look for the reset. But yeah, just critical abilities missing there to be able to make that trade worthwhile. But should come out with a slight advantage.
Righty, well. 8 minutes on the clock. Gold lead. Pretty dead even, to be honest. Just 200, nothing too major. Objectives are still up. We wanted a tight series today. First one was very, very one-sided. It looked like this series may deliver a tight one, but there's a world where one team just gets so far ahead of when the big fights actually do break out that they could snowball away. It's still too early to tell.
100%, but yeah, we've seen it Absolved. When they have their ultis, they can play this combo fight. As long as DMG don't group up, it won't happen. But at the moment, they want to engage onto one member. It's very telegraphed who they're going onto. So as these team fights start to come through, Drake will be the first objective that we expect them to start up. But it's maybe look for something a little aggressive. But it looks like it's just bullying to try and get Pro onto this Drake. Nice for either team to start that stacking process. I think DMG need it a little bit more here.
Yeah, I think the big problem is they don't really either team have good enough vision control to guarantee this dragon. So instead, they're kind of just dancing around it, but they both know that the information's too strong and a mixture of too weak on the other side for them just to kind of blindly take it. So they're just going to have to back off. It actually instead looks like Cast is quite happy to now move towards where he's got the pressure. His top side, mid and top are pushed up. He's just going to go for grubs, and Vikas has gone on a reset, so he can't answer up with the dragon yet.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense here. Just able to stop the side lane pressure of DMG. You know, you've got a Camille, and you've got some tools to be able to collapse upon later, so just taking this up in the early stages will be good. But Sol taking an aggressive trade here. That's not wanting to go for the full Void Grub just yet. Doesn't want to let them know where he is quite yet.
He's going to get himself the little crab. He's actually just going to be happy with the 2 grubs. And Bycast has now placed a ward down, so he spotted out for that grub was being done. And he has the information, so they know where he is now, especially with the global announcement going off. The cast is already on his clear. We'll be heading south towards the dragon. And Bycast, the whole start to this game has messed up his jungle timers so bad that he's gone and got the Krugs on the top side. There's no more red side to pick up, so he's just going to have to move now towards the bot side as Bloodlust. Good job holding here. Beanlord comes in with the ulti. We'll look for a good taunt angle. Makes the connection onto the Leona. Bloodlust needs to be careful. He gets hit by a Zenith Blade. He could be in danger. Can he find the damage? Yes, he can. As Beanlord blocks up as much as he can there. They do need to be careful because the Nefari's coming in. And Bloodlust has got flash. Doesn't have much mana to speak of, though. So Bycast can just ult on onto him. Great taunt comes out, though. No flash necessary. Absolve playing this bot lane fight flawlessly there.
Yeah, and that's the pressure of the Shen pick, right? You can always try and play to force them to make that engage. Meanwhile, he was setting up vision across the other side of the map and able to come down to bot. Get that free pick, and yeah, Leona has no response. The CC can't stop the Shen from going forwards, and yeah, Bloodlust just able to free hit going forwards. And you know, at this moment, there's a coach in the bot side that's only going to get better when Sivir hits items and starts to actually make it to these team fights. The side of Absolve could run away with this game.
Yeah, still a bit too early to say. A lot of things are very close. I do worry about this Wormsoil top lane as well. Bust just finds the solo kill onto him. Absolve, though, will answer with another objective. So the first 2 objectives going over to them. And I don't even think DMG are going to get a single grub. That's going to be despawning fairly soon. Is
it worth them to get the single grub? I mean, at the moment, Absolve can just go collect that whenever.
It's
So-
honestly the saddest consolation prize you can get, but it's at least something, right? Vicast's jungle clear's all messed up. He might as well do something.
He's got top timings. If it's still up after that, I think he can maybe go for it. But I think at the moment, I think he just needs to try and make a play across the map. He's not actually had a play that's landed so far, so trying to see what he's going to use if he's able to maybe do this chickens and maybe into mid. But you can see that the investment in vision around mid side is so important in the current meta. Everyone's always coming out roaming to that lane, so you need to have full vision of both sides. Oh no. Cast under it.
No.
Not again.
Did he?
Going straight for that red buff.
He is. He's. The thing is, he has a better jungle timer than Bycast does. Like, he knows exactly what everything's going on. He's just going to completely deny him. And, I mean, if we have a look, somehow Bycast is actually up in experience right now. Bycast is going into the enemy red side, though, in response. So they are catching a bit of a clear. Meanwhile, top side, Bust and Wormsoil going for a fight. Looks for the knockback with the Q3, forces the ultimate out. Shockwave doesn't interrupt the hook shot. Bloodlust in some serious danger. Bycast has to use his W to get up into the sky. Soul's in the area as well. Bloodlust just going to get a little bit more damage in as Bean Lord's here. Goes in for the taunt. The True Shot Barrage hits the connection onto Bloodlust. Bloodlust gets taken down as the Solar Flare makes the connection as well. DMG with a 3-man advantage on the bot side, able to secure themselves the kill. While Absolved on the other side, not able to really get too much here. They are looking for Artoria. The cast can't follow up with enough damage.
Yeah, great punish there from DMG, just knowing that Bloodlust is under tower alone, Beanlord without ulti as well. Really good job to target them out. I think actually Bloodlust might have actually been able to get out there once he saw the Leona didn't have Zenith Blade, but decided to go back in, try and force a little bit more. Just shows both these teams they don't want to give anything. They want to try and push every advantage they can, just overstepping just that a little bit more.
Alrighty, well, multiple people collapsing over a blue buff here. It's going to go over to Bycast, though.
But again, you know, as I said, they don't want to let the jungle breathe in this game. They don't want Bycast in the game. It's quite important for the side of Absolved. They don't want that engaged tool.
Alrighty, well, Bust. Oh, good W there from Wormsoil. He took so much damage, though, from the Q2 from Bust.
Yeah, Trinity Force really doing crazy amount of damage, and this
Yeah.
is why Camille's even played in support. It doesn't need items to do that damage, but when you do have items, it does crazy damage. Just got to find the right matchup. So good usage of that counter pick to make that work, but see how it scales into the game. Cassante will still be useful as a tank, but how useful fully depends on the next couple minutes.
The scary thing is it's just going to really set up for a scary late game push potential here. Wormsoil Q3 does make the connection. It's a nice trade out of Bust. And that's it.
Yeah, Bloodlust paying the tax for his support, being able to run around, not able to sort of survive. Soul being in the area does, give a lot of pressure, not able to consistently step up, and yeah, Azure Q's landing is really paying a tax, and that'll be that first half for them. We do have Drake coming up in a minute 15, so we'll start to see some of that vision put down. I think DMG will have the advantage.
Wait, hold
here,
on.
but-
As Wormsoil... I was not ready for that solo kill, but suddenly he just did a lot of damage. He just caught him under tower, bursted him out, and Busty's been getting the solo kills all lane. Gets solo killed in response. That was brutal.
Well, I said the next 5 minutes counts for Wormsoil. It's important to make that impact, and
True.
he's done it. He's turned the tides, I guess. Hopefully he can maintain that, but it looks like DMG are sending multiple members up here, but I think this is looking like it's going to be the trade of going Herald for Drake, but if they can start Herald up earlier, they might be able to use it to re-enter Drake.
Well, multiple people closing in. Caster's looking for an angle. Has already used the E, though, to close the gap, so not going to get too much. It's going to back off. They're just forcing, they're bullying the mid lane pressure, because bot no one's really handling right now, although they are sending Bust down, and I think if you're Emil, you need to be quite careful. Wormsoil, he's fully armor built, by the way, so he's getting shredded by Artoria.
Yeah, but that's by time for them to set up on this Drake. Meantime, Herald started. They might pop this just straight up top. that tower and DMG trying to get a little bit of gold. I mean, they are the ones with the gold lead, so.
Oh, nice taunt. I keep forgetting about the submarine tech with the Shen. I did not expect to jump in. Bust doesn't go down, though. Atoria will be able to take this tower, and I believe that's first tower of the game, actually, going over.
Second.
No, second. Second, yes. I forgot the bot was down already.
The bot lane matchup, as soon as your support starts roaming, if you can't maintain the wave push, struggles, but
Bust. Holy moly, that damage! There's the solar flare, there's the Q2. Cast is going to try and make his way forwards with a monkey spin as Bust is desperately trying to escape, but Beanlord is making his life so hard. Cast gets caught by the W, and now they're looking for the turnaround. The all-out comes in onto Soul as Wormsoil is able to secure the kill, but Bycast jumps forwards. Cast tries to flash away to safety, gets some healing in. The shielding is enough, and it's a double kill getting picked up. True Shot's being dodged. Arcane Storm's being dodged. Finally, Cast falls, but Atoria will go down as well, and Absolve absolutely slam this team fight. The Boomerang Blade will not give the kill, but that last auto attack will. Bloodlust, third kill on the board.
Yeah, it's another fight of just ever so slight mechanical plays, just not going in the favor of DMG, and Absolve there to punish. They bring the extra men down and they start the fight, and Emil might just be able to find. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I was not ready for that Commander's distortion. Yeah, dissonance. Command dissonance to do much damage. So have a look at the fight once again, because this was I thought it was well peeled onto Cast from DMG, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out Beanlord's the one that does all the damage in that initial play, so able to survive. And I think the dodge there is just the Shen passive doing that God's work, really. And it just shows how impactful this pick can be. And at that point, it's just a matter of time before they're able to get multiple members, because they've brought that extra man down in the Sivir. Just free hitting then, but a cast goes down. But for the impact that he's able to land in that fight, you're more than happy to give up your member.
Well, at the 20-minute mark, even with all of these fights going in Absolve's favor, gold lead is still very neutral. It's very close to one another. Now, there is a lot of locked gold available to Absolve, and once they're able to find some picks but maybe translate into towers, that gold lead will start to balloon. But for the moment, EMG doing a solid job of keeping the gold lead in their favor, and this is actually going to be them eking out a gold lead here. With this Rift Tower, they should be able to secure a second tower. They at least secured the mid. Okay, no, it's just plates. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, DMG are just pushing their lead through these objectives, these towers, just to be able to get their lead. And you know, it's slowly eking out, but it doesn't matter if you can get the lead through the goal if you can't win the fight when it comes to it later on.
Oh, well, Emil getting caught here. They're going to throw out the Chaos Storm once again. Emil gets the shockwave off before going down. He's putting enough movement speed, but Atoria flashes after him. Can Beanlord secure the kill? The problem he's got is there's a mega collapse coming his way. Goes for the taunt over onto Bust, but Absolve cannot save that. That's a double kill to Atoria. Bloodlust should be able to answer with a tower in the mid, though.
Yeah, this time DMG bringing the extra members, but great job from Absolve to get one member back in that fight. I really thought that it was just a simple wipe of a meal, but then that extra member back does get him a little bit of gold in that side lane. But yeah, DMG now reacting fast. Last time they weren't the ones in the extra member, but this time they were. Just by so much time with that flash. And then yeah, just perfect timing on the shockwave just to make its full usage, make sure that the taunt is just at its end, just so you can get that chain CC, and it's just enough to get them down.
Right, well, free shot comes through. Bloodlust, he doesn't really do enough damage. He's just the Navori and the Essence Reaver at the moment. Tries to get the cleanse off. He able to secure one in response. I am so surprised. Beautifully, beautifully played by him. But that's both summoners down. He took the support. Meanwhile, Bust just shredding through the towers at this point. This is the mid-game Camille split push just being a bit too much for them.
Yeah, it's a massive swing for the side of DMG, and it just comes from Lola stepping up that a little bit too far, just trying to make something happen. But yeah, Cast, I guess he just got CC chained, and just that DPS alone, yeah, just didn't even survive the initial CC. And at that point, plus is sort of, he's got the moves. That Zenith Blade hit. Do we want to? I sort of want to get a ruler out for that one. That was a bit wide, but yeah, no. Able to CC chain and get their way back into it. You know, turns out Leona is stronger than Wukong in that fight.
Very well, Dragon's up. Absolve to be able to secure the first two. Put them on Soul Point, which always puts a bit of a timer onto DMG. Solar Flare makes a connection onto Emil. But that being down is a major engage tool, and it literally did nothing for them. Wormsoil, on the other hand, aggressing forwards, trying to see if he can find a little bit of damage. Is now just a 5-man unit of Absolved to step him forwards. They're going to force out Bycast's W there. Just jump away. They went for the flash from Beanlord as well. It wasn't enough. Dragon's getting started up. Chemtics are not the most impactful, but obviously it's not something DMG want to be giving up. Bit of extra tenacity. Gonna do Absolve some good.
Watch the ball in this fight.
Yeah.
Should be on cast. He might just disappear into it, but the ball placement from Oriana is going to be massive here.
Block on the
blast gun.
There they go. That's going to be the knock-up. They don't find that shockwave angle yet immediately. They're just going to jump onto the back line and try and split the fight into two, but it's Absolved running away with this one. Wormsoil going low. Artoria is going to be able to pick himself something up. Wormsoil gets picked up. There's the dragon. As they're not done yet. They're looking for Bycast, but he's going to be a very slippery customer. Beanlord, no flash available. Honestly, if you're Absolved, don't greed. You got what you needed out of this. A couple of kills in the dragon.
Yeah, and I mean, what more do you want? You've got three. You've got a comp that wants to be at that low HP as well, going later into the game. And the combo worked wonders for them. Cast going invisible, flashing into the back line, getting that massive knock-up with the Oriana combo and his ulti as well. Just massively changed the trajectory of that fight. Like, you can watch here, look at that shockwave combination, just instantly doing half the HP. Unfortunately, it's not enough to get Arturus, but is enough to blow up the back line and sort of distract the back line, the front line of DMG that's going on to Absolved's back. So really a good way of splitting up the fight there, and they just have enough damage as 2 members to go forward onto 3.
Alright, well, Beanlord thinking. That's stepping up. He's just going to back off now.
It's got multiple in the area.
Oh, good solar flare. Nice block from the W there. Emil's able to flash away. Shockwave only hits onto 1 though. There's a reset for Bycast, but it's going to back off. The gold lead's still comfortably, well, I say still, is comfortably in the favor of DMG. They haven't really had a massive gold lead for long. They have been able to push it pretty hard, and now they're going to turn it into a Baron.
Yeah, and I think Absolved, you can see the pings already. They're just pushing down mid. They want to really just high contest on this and decide if they want to re-enter Baron at this point. But I think they know it's already gone, and they just need to try and get something back on the cross map and getting some platings on mid and getting something on bot. Consolation prize, really. But it's just DMG playing super aggressive in their jungle, just really trying to punish and keep the tempo up. Both teams don't want to give anything. Oh, cast. Fancy feet.
Well, they're chasing, but they're not gonna get much. They're just gonna back off, and no dragon, no objective, so it's fine for Absolved just to walk away. They're not giving anything up by moving back here.
No, I mean, they don't need to fight now until 2 minutes 30. They have nothing to massively gain here. They want to wait for that soul point. Yeah, they'll take picks and stuff, and they'll play around their combos, but the timer on those combos is narrowing because you want the ultis and stuff to be back up in time for Drake. So if you're going to use the Wukong combo, you need to use it in the next minute, ready to get it back up in time.
Alrighty, well, 25 minutes on the clock. Gold lead, 4,000, 3,000 realistically in favor of DMG. But it still feels like, they're playing with a lot of respect towards the enemy team. I mean, you've finally got that Lord Doms on Bloodlust, 3 items onto Kamito as well. So Bloodlust will, at this point, actually start to do a lot of damage. Once that IE comes through, buckle up. It's going to hurt. As Cast needs to be careful. Lots of people in the area collapsing on him, but he's able to back off.
Giving a little bit of respect there, and they should just be that top tower going down. They're bringing multiple members up, and yeah, there's not really much they can do for wave clear here unless they're willing to commit members up there. So let's trying to hold this mid tower, but I think he's just gonna have to drop it on that HP. Might stand at the next at the inhib towers here.
Looking for a window. Oh, Bust gets caught here by the Cyclone. Find the knock up onto him. Bust. Gets the W back. He is so hard to pick off. They are finally looking to get him, but the Q gives him a shield. Can he get over the wall in time? Hook shot for safety. Bust gets away, And this is coming at a heavy cost because top lane's getting heavily sieged up here.
Yeah, if they're able to get a few summons, it would be worth it. But at the moment, it's just the pressure of just pushing them off. And yeah, Bust just goes back to the bot lane and collects that wave. So maybe they're able to interrupt timers on top. No, never mind. So now it's a 40 seconds on the Drake. Want to see them reopen, push out this top wave a little bit further, reset, get that vision line. You can see Absolve, they have area that they can walk into. They've got that small, shallow vision line they've got pre-set up. But if they want to contest this whole point, which at the moment it looks like they might just be contesting for top tower instead, just saying, you know what, we've got enough Drakes, we can give a little one and just try and get some gold back into our pockets.
Alrighty, well, Dragon up in 20 seconds. That will be Soul for Absolved. But with the gold lead in its current state, might be a little risky to go for Bust. Look here for Bloodlust, but Bloodlust's going to be hard to pick. He's got the backup of 2 people behind him. Got the spell shield. He's going to be very hard to go for that pick. And it just looks like Absolved are actually happy to go for this top lane fight instead of taking the Dragon, because they know this is only Dragon number 1 for DMG. They force Bust this flash. Can they force anything else? Can they force a tower or a kill?
Just 3 Platons, but Emil is on the side lane as well, so maybe DMG look for something else, but they'll be happy just to take the Drake away. It's not massively impactful just having the one, but it's something on the board. It takes it away from Absolve, takes away that pressure to play around, and buys them a lot of time as DMG. You know, they're the ones at the moment who are playing with the tempo. They have a strong fight. They're able to get individual members, and Absolve, the combo's not landing the last couple, so...
Oh, quick break. We'll pause.
It wouldn't be a Absolve game without a pause.
It wouldn't be an NLC day without a pause. We've always had them, we always will. It'll be a forever thing.
Absolve pause in every series. I don't think I've gone through a series without them pausing.
Someone either needs better internet or a better PC on that team.
Yeah, I'm just going to blame Bean Lord. I think I've heard that it's him. So I just throwing him under the bus there, but not literally in the game because Camille at the moment is on a different lane. But yeah, I feel like at the moment both teams, they're in a strong spot, right? DMG, they have the ability to just pull their trigger on whoever they want. But if Absolve have got multiple members there, they're able to play their front-to-back comp with their combo. It could be killer for DMG. So yes, they've got the gold lead, but a wombo combo can sometimes overcome massive gold leads.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing is like, I think in the previous series we had today, those games were like, once the gold lead started to kind of get out of control, it was impossible to really do anything. You could genuinely throw a wombo combo into all 5 and maybe take out like 3 of them instantly before they can answer back, or at least 2, right? So it's one of those things where like the win condition is always there when you have those big buttons and that big wombo combo. It just, as the gold lead gets bigger, the opportunity to do so kind of slowly evaporates away. So it just makes it a little bit harder.
Yeah, and yeah, Absolve do have the tools for this. They have they've got all their flashes up now. They have all their ultis up. They're ready to make that play. It's just finding the right timer for it now, right? You got Drake, so you got Baron coming up in a minute 40. I feel like this is their time to maybe look to contest because at the moment got no towers outside their in towers. DMG, that's their main goal to try and get this push in because Siva, Orianna, very good at pushing out these waves at a decent pace. So you need that Baron buff to push it in, and you know. They're looking for the group up team fight. They're looking for a nice wombo combo. So this Baron, I think, is the call.
Alrighty, well, 30 minutes approaching. Baron, obviously, like you said, up and available, but not up and available, but going to be the call in the next minute. The problem is the vision control is kind of not there at the moment. Bust is doing his best just to clear out some of that vision, but no one has a dominating control of the area. Meaning the Baron is really not going to be getting taken yet. What you need to see is Soul get the wards down, get control of the area, and realistically try and find a reset window so they can refresh those wards and make sure they can maintain kind of vision coverage of the area.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't really want to see Bust here at this Baron. I want to see him on the side lane. They have that pressure. He's doing very well in the 1v1. Why is he not like pushing out this bot lane, trying to get it to be crashing on lane, him towers, and then looking for the TP engage? Because yeah, he might not get that at the same time as Wormsaw, but if he's on pulling the trigger, he'll have that hook shot and being able to join the fight that little bit faster and make that impact.
Well, they're thinking about it. trying to pressure. It's going to back away.
But Absolve want this. They want the death ball, right? They want to face you as a 5v5 at this point. They want to play this combo. So as DMG, you have to split them apart. You have to draw them out to these side lanes. So you can see Bust instantly clearing out this top side. They're now going back in to clear this vision. But you know, I'd like to see this sort of also be happening on the bot side as well. Just try and draw them a little bit further apart, because at the moment, I feel like if you're bringing Shen over and stuff like that, they might be able to rejoin the fight, especially with Sivir and stuff like that. You want to buy as much space for your timing as possible.
Well, the 5,000 gold lead, obviously respected and reflected. We just saw where that gold lead was spread. Sorry, I was not paying 100% attention on that one, but that's not important right now because it looks like DMG they were testing if they could do the Baron. Question is can they actually make it stick? If you have a look, Bust is just positioning off in Fog of War in a potential flank angle. You are playing into a Sivir though, Absolve. They can quickly just pull the trigger and start to push forwards. As Cast jumps forward, just gets a little bit of damage off onto Soil. Not Soil. As there's the shockwave. It hits nobody. Way too quick on the mark there as Cast goes down. And that's kill number 14 for the side of DMG. Equalizing out on the kill score. DC Absolve answer back with 1 in kind, but it's 2 for 1 so far. Emil looking for it by Cass. He's going to have to use the W to get up, but he's able to jump over the wall to safety with the flash. Wormsoil taking a lot of damage from the E there. Bust jumps forward, Hextech Ultimatum onto Bloodlust. He's going to try and put the damage down, but Emil has to flash away as well. And this fight has just gone horrifically for the side of Absolve. DMG going to take that fight very confidently.
Yeah, we said it. If Absolve don't hit their combo, it's just fight over for them. And there, the shockwave just misses. And it was just on bycast. The one person that can go intargetable at this situation. And now it's leaving up this bot inhib. And it should just be the Baron for DMG. But actually, backing off of the inhib doesn't want to give them the chance to scale up here. I mean, in fairness, into a Sivir, sometimes it's not good to get that inhib early.
Yeah, I guess also they probably want to use the Baron to kind of synchronize their sieges as well. That's going to be my assumption on that one.
Yeah, but here you can see again, you know, you got Cass split up on the other side, you got Beanlord go over the wall for the engage, and then you haven't got that chain CC to be able to make the combo work. And I don't even think Bycast is the one that you really need to target in these fights, you know. Arturo is throwing out massive amount of DPS, and so is the Ezreal, so you've really got to try and hit one of those two carries. I don't think the Neferi is the main damage threat here for the side of DMG.
And DMG are going to pick up their second dragon. Just another denial on that soul. Although, I mean, honestly, Chemtech I don't think is a big enough game changer right now for the side of Absolved. It would be a nice bonus, but also it means that Elder becomes a real threat. So it's almost in their interest to kind of stall this out and not get soul yet. Until the Bloodlust is kind of on this last item once he's got this Guardian Angel. Actually, technically he's ADC, so he gets another item anyway. But he is slowly scaling. It's just the fights are very scattered. I think they're getting a little bit lost in them.
I think they're just overextending away from themselves. I think they've got two different engage sources and they need to be on the same people. And at the moment they're splitting themselves in the fight when they're the ones with the death ball. You know, it's not they don't want to fight with a multi ball. They just want to throw one straight forward and just blow up individual targets.
Okay, well, Bust gets shockwaved onto. Emil does get a nice amount of damage off onto him. Has to Hextech Ultimatum. Wait, Emil's actually really slamming here. Gets caught off as well as Beanlord has to go in for the taunt forwards. Bycast breaks away. The monkey spin is going to be enough to find the shutdown there for Cast. They take a turret. They take an inhibitor. 2 inhibitors, actually. But they do lose some members for it. So, I think he's in a bit of danger here. He's going to try and Zenith Blade over. True Shot Barrage is doing a fair amount of work, and it's only the damage dealers left. They've lost all of their front line. And meanwhile, Bust survived all of the play earlier. So he's just going to look to pressure on this inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, they're bringing 5 members down to the bot side, but they're giving up that top lane pressure as well. It's good to get the shutdowns back in the pocket of Absolve, but will they have time to spend that gold? It's questionable at this point because the side of DMG, they are just throwing massive amount of damage over the front, and they are just pulling apart the side of Absolve. So you really have to make sure that when you make these plays, you are just one-shotting people and moving really fast to stop the cross maps.
It's looking a little dicey for Absolved. I mean, this is the problem with the Sivir pick. if you can't stall out the game, you kind of just get like hard tempoed out. And yeah, Bloodlust is now in the process of getting onto their 6th item. They've got that Guardian Angel, they've got the Infinity Edge, you know. This is going to be some substantial damage from Bloodlust. The question I have is it going to be enough? Are they actually going to be able to take over a team fight? Because right now, team fights are very scattered. Nice little pick here onto Bust. Forces the flash as well. They at least buy a little bit.
Yeah, you see, walking around as 5 is working for them, but it's that thing of they have some damage, but at the moment they haven't got Bloodlust to be able to pick up that damage afterwards. He's starting to get the items now, so should be able to make an impact here, but it's Cass going to survive.
True shot comes through. Beanlord's taking a lot of damage as they just jump forwards there with the Nefarious Wormsoil, looking for a potential to find that all out onto someone valuable, but he's just getting caught out by the Chaos Storm and those Gravity Wells. So much damage coming through on a rampage. Down he goes. You see Bust jump through. Bycast, get my names muddled up, able to jump onto the back line, but is just going to peel away. Trying to play this nice and staggered here. Bloodlust just couldn't find the opportunity to get that consistent DPS out. And Absolved has just been pushed too far back. Nice shockwave from Emil, but not enough to secure the kill. The True Shot gets a chunk out. Last inhibitor will crumble here. And now DMG have a big enough control.
Yeah, and it's just Bloodlust standing here, but see what he can do. Sivers can clear waves very fast. Cass just stepping up. Maybe ulti's not up in time here to make any CC chaining, and that should just be the game for DMG.
Yeah, there it is. It was definitely a bloodbath. 20 kills to 20. But DMG were able to capitalize on those kills and turn it into a gold lead that led into a substantial win there for DMG. But by no means do I think we're looking at a 2-0 here. It's on the cards. I'm not saying it's impossible, but these are pretty two tight-knit teams in their current strength.
Yeah, it's definitely back and forth here, and I think that, you know, yeah, Ezreal snowballing in that side lane really built up a lot of pressure for Bloodlust there, and I think it sort of comes down to being maybe going a bit too far with the roaming. I feel like at some point he had to come back and collect and play around that Sivir a little bit to stop that snowball, but for the most part, it's just them overextending on their combos, splitting themselves up, not playing the death ball effectively, but, you know, DMG did their best. They split them out, and it worked wonders.
Yeah, no, genuinely really, really good stuff coming in from DMG in that first game. But it is a series, there is a best of 3 to play, so let's see if Absolve can bounce back from that loss. We're going to throw it to a quick break and be back with game number 2 after this. See you in a moment. Hello everybody and welcome back to the NLC. We're getting ready to go into our second game of series number 2. Gizmo, you were there with me. You saw, honestly, a bit more of a bloodbath than we got in the first series. Kari, I'm interested for what your thoughts are on this first series, on this first game of this series.
Yeah, well, obviously our prediction that didn't work out, but I'd like to give us a bit of credit because Absol was in the control of the game. It was pretty even, but considering how the comps function, I think on the side of damage, you should have been up like 4, 5, 6k gold in order to have a lead, actually, because it's just so much easier for Absol to play with this comp. They had the soul point, and they were in a really commanding position in the game, despite the early game being constant fist fighting back and forth, and especially Buzz just having the better of the top lane matchup. Still, it was a good state throughout that early game and mid game for the side of Absolved, and then they were able to find that soul point. A constant fighting in the early game, but everything felt a bit even. And then eventually it kind of started bleeding, in my opinion, due to Absolved deciding to play for the top lane tower instead of looking for the soul point. And I just feel like from that moment on, Absolved weren't able to make good, sound macro decisions. Even in the early game, this is one of those examples, in my opinion, where they're just kind of fist fighting for nothing in the mid lane, going in, just trying to wreak havoc and losing that fight. And despite all this, they do get the soul point, and then they just completely give it away after it. Even this fight, I think it was still good just due to the champions being able to function together so well. Absolved had a bad positioning in this situation, but were able to just find the good fight, find the Drake, giving them the soul point, and then after giving the soul point, this is just where it kind of went downhill. Just taking a random fight here. They want to look for a pick before the next objective and just force a fight into enemy vision without having any real control over the map, and it just felt like the beginning of the end for Absol there. They weren't able to find anything sensible in the game here. In this situation, we see the Shen going in with his ultimate up and just dying. It just felt like Absol weren't really on top of their game anymore after losing that soul point, and just tried to force everything and kept losing these skirmishes little by little. And it just felt like they kind of lost the plot at some point in the mid game.
I feel like once the fight started swinging away from them, they got a little in the head about the outcome of some of these fights. And honestly, I think when things were more even, a lot of those fights they lost were just due to micro mistakes. Like they'd have someone on the wrong side of the map when they decided to take a 4v5, or they engage onto the wrong person. There were multiple times actually where they'd throw everything at the Neferi, it would just W. And then suddenly your Shockwave, which was your big wombo combo tool Gizmo was talking about, was, you know, an avenue back in. It was hitting onto a single Neferi who would then just dodge it by going invulnerable. And, you know, then your team fight tools are used and then you get blown up. So I think it was a lot of mistakes that kind of just racked up into a position where that game ran away from DMG. Obviously, Gizmo, you were there in the moments with me, but you know what are your thoughts on what Absolved need to change going to this next draft and into this next game in general?
I think I like the one more combo, right? I think just their decision making going later, right? I think we said it, their target selection going into that later stage was just wrong. I mean, going on Neferi there caused the issues, but I feel like it was a little bit of overconfidence from the previous Drake fight where they were just able to wombo combo their backline and start that fight and just go, well, actually now we outnumber them. I feel like if you're going to do the wombo combo, I think you need to discuss potential targets before the team fight starts. I think just having that conversation, just to refresh, just make sure everyone's on the same page going into that, because in the last, like, before they started just losing fights, it was Cass going in, then Bimil going in on two different members, two different sides, both dying, but also on incorrect members, you know. And I feel like that conversation is just important to have in game, even if it's one that you just don't think needs to be said. Sometimes it's just that little bit of affirmation in game can just really help a team just readjust and make sure they make that impact.
Absolutely. Well, we're a minute off draft going into this game. Obviously, we're going to see some of the banned champs. What am I talking about? Fearless. We're going to see, obviously, different champs going into this game. And, you know, I'm trying to rack my brain about what is open and available. Because, I mean, that Camille was such a big, power point for the side of DMG. You know, great in the side lanes. Absolutely decimating squishies when they got their hands on them. So the real change now is going to be, you know, are they going to go for something in a similar wheelhouse to the Camille, or are we going to see something a bit more kind of frontliney and just like team fighty focus? it's obviously all to tell coming into the draft, but yeah, expectations obviously going to be, I feel like they want to carry the momentum they had in that previous game forwards. So much left open because this by no means was like a particularly normal draft. Maybe a normal draft for DMG and Absolve, but there's still a lot of decent picks up and available. Things like the Syndra are still there, which you can flex into the bot lane. Now the Ezreal gone, you have your kind of like the window for that.
I feel like DMG really leveraged that counter pick very well, and I think that also Absolve sort of leaned into it a bit more. Once they start doing that split map and start messing around with that, and then they start re-invading, they know that Camille can be at those plays first, and like, yes, they got away with it a little bit early game, but then all of a sudden, Bus just got the advantage on Wimsel. I thought that I think their hope was that Wimsel can just sit back and just sort of tank a little bit of the early game pressure, but Bus really kept that tempo up and really punished hard. So this time with Wimsel potentially getting the counter on the other side, let's see if he can do the same.
Well, bans are pretty much the same as last time. A lot of jungle attention. That Kindred obviously being a cast target ban, along with the Vi. There goes the Syndra. There goes the Nocturne on the side of Absolved. I cannot remember for the life of me what their ban 3 was on the side of DMG last time.
Poppy.
Also, Poppy, you're right, yeah. So it could be the Poppy ban. I mean, Beanlord, I can see why he plays Poppy. He was really good on that Shen.
I mean, his Shen passive placement was critical a lot of time to just interrupt bycast as well. Like, that passive that just stops auto attack damage made a massive impact in the early game, but going into the later stage when he was the engage tool, it didn't really have the same impact. But now there's more supports up. I would like to see him maybe go back to his like roots and maybe pick out like a Bard. I don't think his Rakan is really critical in the current meta. I don't particularly like it in current standings. Or he could end up going for that Nico, which he's favoured previously.
Alright, well there goes the Akali. We saw that as another ban in the previous game. So I think this is actually 1-to-1 bans from the previous game, if I remember correctly. See what the first pick is going to be here.
I think probably it's going to be Cassiopeia. I think it's pretty strong in the meta at the moment. I think both teams really like it. And we've seen that it's an S tier pick that can really take over games. I think the counter is Anivia, but I do think Emil has one, but see.
Early aggression in the Jarvan. Something we can fight early. Very fast clear as well. See what the answer's going to be. I was about to say that name, but I shouldn't talk covers. But I was saying Graves is one of the champions who matches the Jarvan clear early. Also scales phenomenally. You're gonna keep the AP alive here because you pick up the Ziggs for the bot lane. You got the AD in the Graves to kind of compensate for that. I'm not anti against it. They need to make a comp that can work around the Graves, but I like it. I'm a big fan.
It's a pick that Absolve has been sort of known to go to in this new rotation of players. So excited to see it sort of. It can either skirmish heavy early game or just power farm, but does also open up that mage. But with that gone, we sort of need sort of an engage tool maybe in the mid side, maybe something that can sort of give that sort of protection. So maybe we will see that Anivia pulled out. Maybe we'll see maybe a Talia. Just thinking off the top of my head. I mean, it's not great, but it does sort of interrupt a lot of the early game champions of the side of DMG.
I think you definitely need something with built-in mobility on the side of Absolve for engage. Things like a Rel from the support role, or pretty much anything that can gap close, and also something with mobility from the mid lane. Because if you're not vulnerable to the Jarvan, you are completely fine. A cast is in prime position to carry with this Graves, and I like the Ziggs takeaway, even though you don't yet have any setup for Mega Inferno to bomb to land, but it's just a takeaway so that damage doesn't get to pick it with the combination for the Jarvan. And now you just need some lockdown from Absolve, and the comp should be kind of easy to play. You just poke them, and once you whittle down their health bars a bit, you can let Cass just kind of try to go crazy with the Graves, but I don't know. I'm not convinced about the Caitlyn.
So actually, I like the champion, maybe not so, but I really like the fake out here of actually sending the Ziggs mid and putting the Caitlyn in the bot lane. Because this Cassiopeia, while it is an S tier pick, Cassiopeia's main strength is into short range teams. She's very good at shutting short range champions down. Obviously, this Graves is going to have a much harder time working around the miasma, the petrifying gaze, and all the kind of like the damage once he gets into close range of the Cassiopeia. But the Ziggs and Caitlyn, they love being into a Cass because they're never in range of her abilities. It's very hard for the Cass to find that damage when you're able to put that distance up. So Suddenly Absolve pivoting away from having just their Ziggs as their kind of long-range carry to having two very long-range champions into a Lucian and a Cassiopeia. Really, really like that. I think this is actually a really big brain turnaround. Gonna see the bans going through while I was yapping away there. The Pike, the Nautilus, the Bard, and the Karma getting taken away. See what the final rotation is. That's not real. I don't know why I even reacted to it.
I mean, it could be harming a support. It's all right in the current meta, but I think, yeah, you're not really looking for that. I think you're probably going to pivot to it and go knowing Absolved a bit more. But maybe you just go where you want some pressure. But yeah, I feel like you've sort of laid out in the bans that Milio was going to get picked by DMG. So yeah, taking that away sort of stops that strong side. So maybe you go back to the Lucian army, but obviously not as strong as it was in previous forms. But we've seen already today that Army doesn't have to have the correct combo. It's just good for disengage and re-engage, and side of Absolve really lacking some form of heavy engage.
And it's hard as well, I think, for DMG now, because like, what are you looking in your support? Like, realistically, it probably has to be an Enchanter, because if you pick like a Rail, a Leona, actually Leona's banned, but if you pick like a Alistair or a Leona, you're gonna get slammed in bot lane. There's no way you can stand up to a Milio Caitlyn as like a Ali or a Rel, right? So you then have to go, all right, down the Enchanter road. So now your engage options are going to be the Jarvan and the Gragas. These are your two primary engage tools for DMG. We have to see how they round this out. I'm not going to say it's a bad comp, but like it's going to be a hard to execute comp into the long range that Absolve have put together here. Unless there's something I'm totally missing. Seraphine. Okay, I actually think that's probably the best thing you could have picked there, actually, now thinking about it. I like that.
Okay, has Artoria ever played Lucian mid? Because I just think this doesn't make that much sense unless you actually have set up for the Seraphine, and that could be an angle to play that way with the positions.
I think it's fine because you can get wave push, right? The whole reason why Seraphine was so strong, even though like the pairing with Ashe is great, is because you can just double one wave and you can instantly guarantee push. And when you're playing Kate Milio, you really want to contest that push, right? You really want to be getting play-ins. And as the side of Absolve, you really don't have the ability to stay in that danger zone and contest play-ins if you see the J4 come down, right? So you have to really be checking for that J4 and tracking that position. And one punishment can really turn the tides. And you've got Seraphine, you can contest wave state early, get that push, get that bounce, and then hold them in that situation where they're overextending for the J4. So I really like this pick.
Okay, right, Kari. Seeing as I got you for a little second before we get into the game, he's taking this game. Are we going 2-0 or are we going into game 3?
Yeah, I don't like the lane with the Seraphine, but I like the idea, and I like the way the comp works. You have so much sustain that the healing isn't maybe that relevant. The Mundo is going to scale to Oblivion if he gets to level 16, but you have the Cassio to melt him down, the Lucian as well, and then you have all the movement speed steroids from Seraphine to keep chasing. I think the comp for damage, with the confidence they just showed, should be winning. I don't see Absolve having enough easy buttons to fix their macro issues here.
That is actually a really good way to round that out. I like that, because it is an ease of execution on that side as well. It's like there's a lot of things that have to go individually right for Absolve to pull this game off. I like that. It's actually a very good breakdown of that. I do. There is obviously always the like late game Mundo, scaled Graves, just one popping people as you get later into the game, like unkillable Mundo. But like you're saying, Cass is very good at trading it. So yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with you. Sorry, Gizmo, I didn't actually give you the opportunity to give your opinion, but we're getting into game, and you're now free, Gizmo. You may say what your overarching outlook on this game is going to be.
So I think stylistically, obviously DMG, I think it should just be them. I think it's a simple comp to execute. And I think that Absolve tried to do something to try and counter it, but you know, when you see the people on Absolve who have, you know, I'd like to see Cass on the Graves. I think is one of the picks that we've seen him pop off on previously. I want to see Absolve take a game when we go to game 3. I think it'd be really nice to see both of these teams go to that stage, and I think Absolve had a little bit more that they could show in that previous game, and it was just a few odd decisions that let them down. And I think this comp sort of allows them to sort of flex what they can do if they're not rotating around a combination that went awry. I think there's more tools at their disposal to actually trade and get individual advantages, and I think Absolve, they have done that previously, so let's see it.
Alrighty, well, as we're now into game, guess the real big question now is, you know, where are the big buttons? Where are the big moments? And just taking a brief look at DMG again. Said this quite a lot today, but it's another team that, you know, kind of waiting for those ults. It's going to be the big moments. There are windows now that you have a Jarvan who's a bit better at kind of early fighting, and you also have the Gragas. So there's an avenue through top you could play towards for some early ganks. You know, maybe if there's an overextension, it's not like it's a total reliance on level 6 because of the Jarvan, but the same can be said here for Absol. They've got a Graves. He's very good at fighting early.
Yeah, and I do worry about this Gragas matchup into the Mundo, because as soon as that Mundo gets that wall mogs, I feel like it's going to be really hard to contest that wave state. And you know, we've seen it time and time again, push on the Mundo, and I feel like this game it could be unlocked to do that, because DMG won a team fight. Absol, they can block waves and make you have to catch them, and if you don't, you lose slight advantages and you lose that gold. So Absol have that option to play it a little bit faster.
Let's see if Graves could be a contest, obviously, for the crab, but it looks like Cast is happy to give it up, knowing that his mid and his bot are pushed in. So the collapse comes in. DMG collapse 3 people into this quadrant of the river. They know that the Graves is not there. They're going to comfortably just be able to pick that one up. And it does slow down Cast on his reset, because he's had to kind of walk across the map to go get this crab. But again, Graves, quick clear. Does leave an avenue as well for a potential gank, but I think it's a bit hard to do a bust underneath his tower, so they're just going to have to kind of give that one up for now. And just resets from junglers. Oh, and a pause from us.
Yeah, just another pause. Absol, classic. But yeah, you know, Graves setting out his early game. Just a simple clear into reset from both sides. Obviously, the rotation up because of the push on the bot side. So you can see already the Seraphine having that effect on that bot side. Double bombing consistently on the back line. Just allows Lucian to walk up freely. And especially, you know, when you think about the range advantage in that lane, Caitlyn should just be able to auto-attack Lucian consistently. But when there's no minions there at the moment, you just take so much damage, especially since the change to minions. So yeah, really good from the side of DMG to get that push, leverage it into their J4, getting that early game. But yeah, I mean, at the moment, it's just going to be who starts off this skill checking, right? Because I think that Absol, they want to skirmish early. They want to try and get a little bit of something on some of their carries. And whereas I think DMG, they're fine to just wait for that later stage game, play their combos, play that front-to-back team fight if they want. They can Drake stack if they want to, but at the moment, they're just playing with wave states, using their advantage.
And obviously, it's always hard to kind of talk about a game when you're like first jungle clear and then into a pause and there's not actually been any action at all. It's right now. I think everyone played that first clear, the first like 4 minutes of the game correctly. You know, they recognized where they were strong, where they were weak, and they kind of gave up the crab on that.
Yeah,
like I said, it's very much a fight over lane control and over, you know, setting up for what is to come off the back of that.
Yeah, and I respect DMG actually, because they got the three stack wave into bounce at their disposal, but instead of taking that reset, they actually stayed to guarantee that their J4 could contest that bot crab. So I think that was a nice quick call from them to macro mistake, like his position, just to get that to work. Because, you know, a lot of ADCs, they'll be like, well, I can get my cull here, it's a good diamond, and I guarantee a kill worth of gold down the line. But instead, making sure that their jungler's not going to start to get behind. And yeah, in the last game we saw what happened when they were out of the game, but this time both junglers, even Pagan.
Well, second clears are going to be underway. Both, again, clearing down to bot side. It's really cool to see that the Seraphine, like you were highlighting, really making up for the Lucian weakness in this lane, and it's actually causing Bloodlust and Beanlord a much harder go of it. You know, we had the expectation for these guys were going to be, you know, on the Melio Caitlyn, going to kind of get lane control as you expect of that lane, but the Seraphine just really making it hard for them to play it. And now Beanlord on the roam means that pressure is just going to remain in favor of DMG.
Yeah, and the DMG don't have to touch this wave here. They've got a lovely free, so this Caitlyn can't touch the wave. So just Familiar going mid to cover Emil on that fight, loses just that little bit extra of CS. So yeah, DMG just slight macro calls that are just giving them that slight edge against Absol. And it was the same in the last game. You know, Absol, they're the ones that had the kills, but DMG, they made the early game calls.
Let's Gonna try and get a little bit of a light trade back, but this fight's going a little hairy here for Kamito. He's gonna get a lot of damage off onto Bloodlust, but does need to be careful. There's gonna be the route into first blood, but Bycast a little bit too late to the play. Just gonna have to flag and drag to safety.
Yeah, good job there from Absolve, just knowing that their jungler can be there first. I think Bycast, if he just walked just downwards and came through tower range, he might have just been able to get there in time, but realistically, that he just didn't expect Cast to be there, so just waiting around cancelling his recall, just making sure that he can make that play. Yeah, and it's just off of them just saying, you know what, Seraphine has no abilities. We can just step up and auto attack. We have Amelia. We can play the DPS damage, and yeah, as soon as the Graves just comes in, you can just see the instant damage. And yeah, I mean, you'd be very happy with that on Cast. You know, already showing that he's quite an aggressive jungler. Really does well on the champion. Has destroyed a J4 previously in this tournament on Graves, and getting that early game kill will help him snowball.
Well, Cast getting this dragon. Nice early Hextech. Early. Not always the worst. A bit of extra attack speed and stuff. You'd much rather it be your soul, but, you know. The bonuses can be nice. Bit of CDR, bit of attack speed.
Yeah, and it's fine with this camp sequence in now as well, so he'll arrive at his check-in just in time, so yeah, nice little timer for him to get that Drake without losing really too much in his jungle clear for speed, but in the meantime, he might be looking to try and path up to impact Wormsaw on this top lane, because yeah, the Mundo is fine in isolation in this matchup, but give him a little bit of gold, and all of a sudden he can really take over that side lane.
So you got the Krugs spawning in a little, not Krugs, Grubs, that's the word I'm looking for. A little bit. So, see if maybe there can be some answer for that early dragon.
Yeah, I feel like Absolve really want to pick these up. I mean, Graves does them shockingly fast, but
yeah,
also when you have Wormsaw on this Mundo. Oh, Emil.
Oh, nice catch actually, Emil. No flash. That's just a freebie. The poison tick. I don't know. It's enough. Atoria able to secure the kill beautifully.
Yeah, great punish on that W being down. Yeah, just nice simple collect there for them. And Emil with no TP as well will have to lose a minion wave as well, so really big punish on this mid side. Bloodlust stepping out.
Nice catch with the encore, but I should say nice catch. Good flash out of the encore. They don't get themselves completely run over. Kamito is a little bit low on the old mana front though, so extended trades right now not massively in their favor with the range deficit and the mana deficit. But a good catch. Shield Salt gonna get the shield off just to get a little bit of a heal out there. The wave gets thinned out by the double Q. Kamito, that Q is not okay actually. Wait, Cast could probably just ult this.
Might be overextending here. Doesn't know Bust in the area.
Wait, so oh my word, he's getting a double. He's getting a double. No, he just gets the blast off. Kamito's trying to find the extra damage, but Beanlord coming in with a shield. There's the flag. There's the drag. Cast. I think if DMG had misplayed that, that was a double.
Yeah, it's very close. It was, but you know, Emil now getting punished in this side, but yeah, I'll have to give up a little bit of pressure. But yeah, again, Absolve pushing the tempo around this Graves pick. Yeah, and we saw it previously. It did take over against a J4, and you know, J4's normally the champion which everyone goes to goes, well, you can just gank very similar to like a Nunu, just consistently off every timer. But instead, it's actually the Graves that's always there to match the timers, and in fact, overplay and punish.
Bycast
opening up.
Yeah, it's going to be able to get these grubs. At least an answer back to that early dragon. Obviously, there's another dragon spawning in 2 minutes, which they need to then turn their attention towards. And as you can see on the minimap, Absolve are collapsing multiple people down towards this area. Salt going to get hit here by the W. Lots of damage coming out. Oh, bye. Goodbye. Just got nuked off the rift.
Yeah, apparently that's not your river anymore, and yeah, Absolve is just throwing everything at that just to make sure that they know that. And Emil getting that kill is going to really help him in this matchup, just get a little bit back into the Camille matchup. Wormsaw, nice flash, but yeah, just not nice play there from the J4 to land that combo afterwards. But yeah, just clean collect there. But this Wormsaw, he will come back into this game at some point, but at the moment he has to give a little bit of respect to Burst with that little AP damage. will just continuously burn you down, and yeah, you just go back off a little bit. I think he was hoping that his ulti would come back in time just to sort of use it to stay out and contest the wave state, but yeah, just good read from DMG.
Very nice indeed. Yep, takes a Q there. He's just going to back away. With 10 minutes on the clock, gold lead again very close. It did take about 20 odd minutes in the last game for the gold lead to actually grow anything beyond like 1,000 and to get into a substantial gold lead.
Yeah, but we've got Drake coming out in 30 seconds, so we're seeing Emil take a reset here to try and be at best items. Actually, he's been stopped here, so unable to do that. But you can already see that Absolve, they have deep vision in enemy jungle, so they might be able to contest this pretty easily if they want to walk in. But looks like both jungle and mid are resetting just to match time to be able to walk out together. I'll see if they try and open through mid or if they open through their own jungle.
Oh, that tower. Gonna at least give a plate over to Burst. There we go. Able to pick that one up.
And DMG just going up to a clear topside, so I think they're realizing they're maybe a little bit weaker at the moment, but no, J4 just wants to clear camp before coming back, and now we've got Seraphine ulti, we've got J4 ulti, that they need to hit critical members, and Emil is stepping up.
Oh, no, they're just gonna go to Emil. Yeah, they're happy to give a dragon up for that one. Cast, he's only been able to take half this dragon so far. They do still have the Cataclysm. There is a world. Encore hits onto 2 into the root. Cast is able to secure it, but the teleporters come through. Here's the flank from Bust. Bloodlust is getting cut down by Kamito. The shield's big, but he is taken out. And that was a flawless fight. Sure, they gave up the dragon, but DMG gets so much more for their worth, for their loss here. And Cast,
yeah, and
he's very exposed. Flag drag. No W to slow him underneath the tower. But he is chunked out. Oh, yeah, they do have the J4 ulti. Why are they waiting on it? I guess he's just making sure that his... oh, no, they don't even need it. That's why. Smart play. Smart play. Save the ult for later.
Yeah, might as well hold it for a different objective. But yeah, I just think Absolve, they thought they could get out there, but actually just Kamito just sacking a little bit of his bot wave, deciding to come up and join the fight. The flank, I don't think they were really expecting it, and just does so much damage to Bloodlust on the one side, being Lord as well. And yeah, great Seraphine ulti there from Soul just to hit multiple members. Yes, the melee ulti is there to cleanse it and reduce the tenacity of it, but it doesn't really matter when you hit those members. It still does a little bit of damage, delays them, stops them from being able to get those inputs in and puts them in the wrong position.
Alright, well, 13 minutes on the clock. 2,000 gold lead building up for DMG. It's probably the earliest we've seen like a gold lead. I wouldn't say it's like the most substantial, but if we could quickly have a comparison of where the gold is, because I think it's going to be in this mid lane. Pretty sure that's where we're going to see the most gold. We're 4-0 Cassiopeia. Roa already got Swifties finished up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really strong pick, right? We've seen it multiple times today. It's S tier.
It's
really
cool
strong into it.
Sorry to interrupt. It's cool to see it like actually working in a game where I was worried about, you know, the big range they're going to be playing into. Oh, Bust. That was a sad miss on the explosive cask.
Yeah. But you can see Wimsall is going for this split push style, you know. Got the 3 giant belts ready now to get in for that Warmogs later on down the line, so he will be unleashing, taking these trades early on. Yeah, it's fine at the moment, because he will start to fall behind in HP, but as soon as he gets that Warmog, he takes his trades, walks away for a couple seconds, comes back at full HP, and you've just used all of your mana and taken HP for him just to come back at full HP, so you've got to be really careful of the selection of trades you take later on.
Okay, well, where are we at looking at dragons? Obviously 2.5 minutes until the next one comes up. Absolve once again actually have done a good job of kind of stacking them early. The EMG last time though were happy to... Actually no, they're the ones that stacked it early last time. What am I talking about? I think they are happy just to give it up. They're going to slowly try and just crack open this top lane tower. That then gives them a bit more pressure towards the Rift-Tailed, which then translates into the next dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they seemed very happy in the last game, just giving up those Drakes, giving up that armor on jungle and stuff, just to get that gold advantage elsewhere. And yeah, again, they are just taking down towers on the outsides, getting those play-tins. And they might try and pull the trigger at the next Drake, but looks like first they're going to try and contest this top side.
Yeah, they're very much a team who are kind of map tempo focused over jungle tempo. Where some teams, you know, they'll really prioritize those objectives. As we do see a fight. There is an encore coming in from Soul. Gets lined up quite nicely there, but it doesn't hit onto anyone major. Cast is low. Bloodlust is able to secure the kill. It's a 1-for-1. Jungle for top goes down.
Yeah, Gas with very, very fast feet there to miss out on a lot of that damage. But yeah, 1-for-1 in the end. But top laner for jungler. And you know, I think on the side of DMG, you'd be quite happy with that. But yeah, you can see just the snap decision there from DMG. Even though they're on vision, they know that they can just pull the trigger and look at that damage. But yeah, Beanlord's shielding coming in massive, and even though you can't really move out that corner.
Oh, so in danger. He's able to get over the wall. Oh, the ultimate from Bloodlust was just not enough. Soul survives. That must have gone to single digits at some point. Beautiful.
Definitely.
I actually think Kamito could have gone for Bloodlust there, but I guess he had flashback. I know he could. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think he needs his support to be able to step up, but I think he'd get outranged off of the E, right? But either way, it does open up this Rift Herald for the side of DMG, and we said this is a team that's more tempo focused, more gold focused than early game Drake stacking, and getting this early is definitely to their game plan, and they can use it to even open up mid here. They should get it just before Drake spawns, so they can use it as a tool to try and open up for the Drake, or what a lot of people do at this point is put it down in that team fight, play that battle Herald, and sort of use it as an escape tool.
Yeah. Great little bumper cart. It's always a great little bumper cart, Herald. There's Bust. Just going to try and clear out this wave here. Is able to get control. Takes a fair amount of damage from Worm Soil, but going to move away now. Gets the slow off the queue. Teleport's coming in. Everyone's getting himself in position. That is a big ult onto Bloodlust, forcing the barrier out pre-fight. Very, very nice there from Kamito. And with that Infinity Edge now, you can see why they're very much online here on the Lucian. And this is going to make getting control of the area a bit easier.
Yeah, you can see that you can already see Absolve TPing up to top side, so I think they've just decided off of that they have to give up the Drake. They can't contest now. They can't walk in. DMG, they do so well once they're in the area to engage off of the objective. You know, you've got the J4 engage, you've got the Cassiopeia, so walking in blind is so much harder for the side of Absolve. They really have to make these trays around mid impactful enough to then be able to walk in, and at the moment it's just not quite there, but you can see Wormsoul really just entering his push arc.
Very well. Wormsoil loses a chunk of HP, but has got multiple people in the area. No real backup coming in on the other side. I think they're just going to happily trade out tower. If Bust can get away, we'll be quite happy with that one. DMG, they still haven't been able to really chip away at this mid tower. It's probably the biggest problem for them. Mid tower gives you so much map pressure. But there's just a lot of range wave clear. Bloodlust is quite happily just sitting here and handling the wave.
Yeah, and if it ever gets too close, they just throw the Emil Zigzalt on it. So yeah, really easy for them to sort of maintain this push, and it does give them that in route into Drake later on, but
that's one way to get on Bloodlust. Just misses out on the encore. If that hit, he was dead. Not going to be able to answer out with a... Oh no, they will get at least a single plate there. Bycast can't really go for the flank angle. Been spotted out by the ward. And like you're saying, even if they did get that kill, Emil could always have bombed it. So it does make it quite hard to go for the tower.
Yeah, and you can
very
see
good
why they didn't want to give over the Lucian Milio, right? Because at these plays with a Seraphine, but imagine if that's a Milio just buffing up that Lucian every time that cat is dead on ulti cooldown. So yeah, a really good job of them pushing that tempo, even though they haven't got the full combo, still pushing that Lucian to its limits.
Right. Cast is looking for Bust here. Bust has Splash though, so he's fine. He's just able to E away anyway. Tower goes down though in the meanwhile. Bloodlust actually stayed in lane to get a shove off. But Kamito now on a fresh off a reset. And you actually see it, Emil's on a reset as well. Well, he has actually cancelled it. This tower could actually fall victim to that.
Yeah, I think Wormsoul's going to be the one to walk out to mid now, so they might be able to contest through that. And obviously Emil does have ulti just to throw at mid. He does have the ability to walk up to bot wave. So it should be fine with the push, but they give them a little bit of an advantage to get it under tower. And there's no minion waves. That Lucian ulti does become a little bit more scary. Bring in multiple members over. See if Emil wants to push that ulti.
There's the bomb. Lays out the wave. Kamito dodges away. They get a fair chunk out of that tower. Next time they do that, that tower's dead, and then the map does open up wide. 2 minutes 30 till the dragon as well. So if you can take that tower down and keep your mid tower up in that time, Gonna be pretty brutal to go into.
Yeah, and pulling Wormswell down did give over the tower topside to Bust, so that ended up being a massive play for DMG just because Bloodlust had to get that reset off because he has been punished. It's trying to stay for every little bit of gold to hit these item breakpoints, and yeah, he's hit 2 items now, but you did just give up top tower for that, so let's try and make this worth it.
We're kind of very much in the power Caitlyn trough. Like, second item, it's an improvement, but like compared to other ADCs, you kind of dip a little bit. By your third items, when you start to kind of come out of that little power trough, and then you kind of just continuously scale from there. But like 1 item, great little breakpoint. 2 items, not as impactful, and Bloodlust just gets massively chunked out. Where Lucian on the other side, by the 3rd item, that's kind of like the upper echelons of his kind of relevance almost. I mean, obviously he gets stronger every item, but just gets more. He kind of falls off a little bit compared to other ADCs. Post 3rd item. Yeah. They're using that 2 item spike very nicely.
He's in a situation where he can step up and just ult without the threat of CC coming back through, right? He hasn't. There isn't really CC on the side of Absolve. Yeah, you can throw like a Grave Smoke Shuriken Scream, which is a broken form of CC, but it isn't enough to stop his Lucian ulti or anything else. So
yeah,
they're really just playing off Beanlord just being able to interrupt his ulti, which so far hasn't been working for the side of them. And every time Kometo gets one of these ultis off, it's just shredding Bloodlust out of that lane. So really good pick.
Honestly, that tower going down then is like probably the perfect timing. They've now got a minute to set up and establish vision around the dragon. This blue side is just getting totally lit up.
Sorry, we're seeing a Baron play.
I mean, it wasn't a terrible call because if Bust didn't check that, they could have maybe snuck it away. Graves Caitlyn will be able to cut through Baron fairly quickly, but of course DMG are going to do their due diligence. Just because they're pushing bot side doesn't mean they're not going to check and make sure that that dragon's not under any real threat. There's a dragon up in 20 seconds. Kometo, I don't think he's really going to get a big window to go for a reset, if at all. So I think he's just going to have to sit on the gold he's been able to gain here already.
But that Baron start does really do something to the side of DMG, right? It means that you see that Absolve are willing to take that chance. They're willing to play for stuff which really shouldn't be on the cards. And now you have to play with that a little bit more respect. You have to continuously go out of your way to check Baron, make sure it's warded, because anytime they're in a place where they're happy to just flip the game on it. They feel like they need to do that. So at this point, you have to keep committing those resources up to that top side, try and get that wards down. And as soon as Wormswell again gets his push off, as soon as he scales into the game, it'll start to be even harder to pressure. And at the moment, they're just trading Drake over the top side, but Wormswell open up on top. Might be able to get a little bit extra, but
forward. Billy Bop onto cast, just gets a little bit of damage off. Into major dragon already secured. It looks like DMG are actually happy to kind of keep this fight going. They find the route there onto the Mundo. Wormsoil losing a lot of HP. Kometo comes in on the flank, throws up the W, jumps in forwards with the E. That is a perfectly lined up encore. Vicast goes forwards with the ultimate. That's the Cataclysm onto 3. In comes the W to try and lock them in place. Cast is low. The flash flag drag secures the kill onto him. The cast doesn't quite hit onto the right targets, but with the jungler dead and health bars low, DMG, they can now at least establish more control around the Baron. Might be risky to go for it, but they're going to try. They're going to start this dragon up. Oh, that damage.
And it's an initial play that looks good for Absolve.
Oh,
they bring over Wormsoil and make that play, but he's going back into the pit.
I think this is too risky, yeah. They have to be able to get away. The problem is now Bust is actually stuck between a rock and a hard place, or he can just flash belly bop and secure a kill onto the Ziggs, and suddenly the poke is gone. They don't get the W. How is Bust getting away with this? 2 flags, 2 flashes in. Not flashes, but 2 belly bops and 2 kills. He trades out, but he trades out damn well.
Yeah, that slight decision there from Absolve just to actually think, oh, do we have to go forwards or do we have to go backwards, is just enough of an opportunity to let him just trade back onto Beanlord. And in these fights, Beanlord has to be man marking the J4. You have to interrupt this ulti, and just throwing out these Qs like this isn't enough. You have to be man marking. But you can see, yes, the initial ulti is good, but for the most part, they're able to walk out. But that Q there, that's what enables Bias to get in. And then, they've got enough tools at their disposal to get out of it. But during this time, you've got Bloodlust who's just in mid farming, and then you have the members advantage. If they had all 5 members there, I think Absolve could have turned that around.
Yeah, no, they probably could have, but Bust just played that really well. Like, he just used his passive to kind of keep him healthy enough, but he wasn't just like that one tappable. And the damage from an AP Gragas, no joke.
Yeah, he definitely has to have a couple points in W, right, to get that damage reduction there.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Just to continuously tank that. And I mean, into a Mundo, why wouldn't you, right? You need that sustain in that lane. You need to be able to get that heal and everything else and just get that reduction. But yeah, just buys enough time, and the empowered autos and everything else, just crazy damage for the full AP style.
Nato closing in on that third item as well at this point, towards his Lord Doms.
TP
Doesn't
coming
look
through.
like Cast and Vicast are going to find each other. Cast is able to jump away. Buster's coming in on the flank. Has got the cask available. They do find the lockdown onto Emil, and Emil just falls. Petrifying Gaze hits onto one. There comes out the cleanse from the Melio, though, to keep them all alive. Slow out from the Seraphine. Stops the advance forward from Absolved. And with their mid laner dead, DMG have a bit more control. There's no dragon to contest. The only thing they can really threaten right now is the Baron. Cassiopeia Lucian will cut for a Baron quick. But the Caitlyn poke could amount to being pretty rough, so Bust is going to play Guardian on the side.
Yeah, you got to be careful with Bust's ulti here. One ulti could send Bloodlust flying into them.
Encore onto 2. Great interrupt from Wormsoil, but they find themselves the flag, the drag, the kill on to Bloodlust. He's taken down. Now it's going to be Beanlord getting taken out by Bust. Another flag drag comes forward, and Cast is taking tower shots. He's taking Cassiopeia, Twin Fangs. And with 4 down, Emil only just respawning, this Baron is all but secured.
Yeah, I feel like Absolve just lacking that form of CC to be able to go forward and actually make that impact. It's just really struggling for them. And meanwhile, DMG, they have so many angles that they can play for. And at this point, they've got such a big gold lead that on so many critical members that they can just play onto anyone they want. And yeah, Wormsoul's just left walking around with, yeah, he's really healthy, really tanky, but they just fight around you and then pick you off at the end if needs be. And you can see this all just comes from Emil just stepping up that little bit far and the perfect miasma just stopping them. But after that, you really just expect Bust to maybe try and look for this ulti, just try and fish it. But you can see Wormsoul is just a really tanky member, but it doesn't matter when you don't have those forms of engage. And you can see consistent CC landing onto Bloodlust. It's just doom for them. Like, it's so hard for them to walk into this vision because they haven't got that point click engage tool. They're really waiting for the other team to sort of make that mistake. And at the moment, they're the ones that have to force onto the other team. So DMG can just wait and hold their buttons.
Oh, the damage onto Blood. He dodged most of that culling as well. And he got absolutely stripped of his health for it. 25 seconds until Dragon Soul Point. Amito now building onto his 4th item. Bloodlust, I would say, is out of that power trough. The problem is they can't even really auto-attack. They're getting chunked every time a fight happens. Very, very rough for them as Cast.
Right.
Jumping into Bust here does chunk of damage to that auto-attack. Bycast getting slowed up. But
And the thing is, they haven't got enough tools to actually stop the engage from DMG when they want it. It's all reliant on Beanlord's Qs, and there's multiple members he needs to hit. You know, Bust or J4 are both going forward, and then Lucian's just ulting in the background, so you need Wormsoul to step up and tank that, but it's so hard for them, and their Soul can just throw multiple forms of CC, as we see Wormsoul getting aggressive here.
he's found Kamito, but it's going to be hard. He's now lost his CC immunity. There's the Encore! The whole damn team gets hit! And that is a huge miasma into Petrifying Gaze to follow it up. 3 members of a Volk stand, but it is just curtains for them in this fight. 4 people fall. Beanlord being hunted here by the Jarvan, but Bust is coming in on the flank, and down goes the Melio. It was an absolute slaughter of a fight from DMG, and we might just be looking at two O's today.
I think DMG have got this, but yeah, Absolve, they had to make a play. They had to go out fighting, and you know, they found an opportunity where it was a 4v5 and it just wasn't enough. There's no CC, and it's all landing a perfect encore across all members of Absolved. Just sets up nicely for their comp, and yeah, just walk straight through them.
Well, there it is. A very, very convincing series from DMG. 2-0 over Absolve there. And like I was saying after the Volder game, you want to get a 2-0 here. You really want to get that 2-0 here, because that now gives you a big confidence boost, and also mounts you as a credible threat to those teams defending who are now dropping down into that one. So fantastic performance from them. Now we are going to bring Kari back into this game. Well, not into this game, but into this cast. How you doing, Kari? You all right?
I'm doing great. I love to see a prediction land perfectly, finally, at the end of the day. Like, pretty much everything I thought might happen with the comms ended up happening, so I'm happy.
It was a good call. I think, you know, don't be too harsh by the fact that you were wrong about the first series, because we were all wrong about the first series. That was not what anyone expected.
That's my entire brand. Like, I analyze stuff and then the players go onto the Rift and screw it up, and I just call them bad players and move on.
Yeah, it's, you know, sometimes you catch the enemy team off guard. I think, honestly, the reason Volder did so well was because they caught us off guard, and that's exactly what Rich Gang were expecting. They were expecting a late, scaly, slow game there. So, you know, it is what it is. But on the other side, let's have a little bit more of a deep dive into this DMG performance. I mean, they just look so flawless in that second game. Like, game 1, it felt like they had a lot of control, but game 2, it just felt like that was their game from like minute 5.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they knew where they need to punish. They played it properly. They knew that they had the engage tools on their disposal, where Absolve did not. So that they just pushed tempo and found those opportunities which, you know, Absolve couldn't disengage from, and looped them in, and just really made sure that when they went up for those fights, they just ballooned their gold lead massively by getting all members.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was... Go on, Curry. Give me your analysis.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to kind of build on top of that. While we were watching the games in the green room, we were talking about the fact, or I was getting some insight into the UCL teams, and the fact that Broad is maybe the one with the cleaner macro understanding, and I think it kind of showed in game 1, where it felt like Absolve kind of just melted at that one point and stopped being able to understand the game. And also, I feel like their drafts were kind of this National League type thing, where they go for the comfort champions, but the comps themselves might not have that much of an identity. They might not have any sort of synergy between them, and I think they had a good showing at the start of the first game, but it just kind of went downhill from there. They didn't have a read on the game or how to play. They just picked champions. It felt like it more of a solo queue-ish vibe to that, and I think DMG came in prepared. Like, they had a good idea on how to answer things, how to play their own comp. Didn't think too much of what Absolve were trying to do, and instead focused on their own execution and the synergy in their comp. And for example, I hate pairing Lucian with anything other than those classic Lucian pairings in bot lane, but this worked really well with the Seraphine. They had a clean idea, and I liked it.
I think I'm going to kind of expand upon a point that Gizmo made in-game, but it always felt like Absolve were lacking something from their draft. Like, this second game, it was like genuine engaged. Like, they really struggled with that. And if they've ever found a window, there's a Gragas cast. Like, it just send everyone flying and disengage the fight immediately. It just felt like they were always lacking something in both of their drafts, which meant that it couldn't, like, you couldn't fully close the circle. You couldn't really make it work. Where DMG, I think both times they had very, very well-rounded comps. They, you know, they had clear conditions of how to play them, and they played them well. And, you know, you've got a bit of a timer when you're playing Illusion into something like a Caitlyn. Like, you are eventually going to get hard outscaled. They just made sure that that was the window they played within, and didn't ever give that opportunity to the Caitlyn to outscale. And every time Protoss tries to farm, it just get ulted, and he'd lose all of his health. It was ridiculous damage coming out from him. I think the Seraphine was a fantastic answer as well.
I think they might have overstepped trying to flex the Ziggs. I think you just lock that into the bot lane.
Yeah.
I think that bit is sort of where they went wrong, because I think that there you need to put in, like, you've got a Graves, you need to pair it with like a heavy CC mid laner.
Yeah.
I'm talking like a Nivea, Galio, that sort of style. I feel like that's something that I know is in Emil's kit, so I'm surprised they pivoted off of it.
Yeah.
And it went for that stronger bot lane pick, and at the end of the day, it really struggled into the matchup. And I think that if you're giving over Lucian early, you sort of know that the Milios come in. Like, yes, you banned out some engage tools, but Lucian Milio has been strong for ages, so then you have to take away the Milio because you've not banned the Milio. So I feel like there was like a slight miscommunication there of how they wanted to play it. Because if you just go Ziggs, you can go, oh, I'm just going to roam consistently, and like I'll tank the Lucian Milio because at least he's staying bot lane, you know, and I'm making plays across the other side of the map. But I think there was a bit of a loss in the sauce there.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, you know, I liked the flex because in concept it was quite good. But the problem is the execution was not the issue. Was the issue there? Like, you know, realistically, the Ziggs should never have been getting solo killed or caught out by Cassiopeia, but they were far too overextended in lane. And like you're saying, the Anivia is also a fantastic answer. It's something we've seen quite a lot. It then would have saved you having to do that whole flex anyway. It's a bit of a rough one. Anyway, we actually have an interview ready, so we're going to bring Hayes in from the side of DMG. Hayes, how you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm doing perfectly. I'm very happy to be here. Obviously happy about the win, but yeah, I'm doing really good.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. Thank you for coming on. I mean, 2-0. Congratulations on that one. It's a good omen for Monday for you guys to have 2 very, very convincing victories. I'm curious, what is your prep kind of been getting into this part of the tournament? Getting to a point where it was like, if you don't win, you're gonna lose. What were you guys like really working on in the run up to all of this?
Communication mostly, to be fair. I think that's where our biggest issue was. Still is. Otherwise, everything is kind of ironed out at this point. We're just trying to get in a good work motion, trying to get communication fixed, which we are obviously improving on, and yeah, I mean, you could see that it's going really, really well.
Lovely. Well, I think the other 2 have questions, so I'll go on Gizmo, you can go first, and then Harry, you can ask after.
Yeah, Hayes, I know you've also spent a lot of time in the UKL. Is there a team from the UKL or adjacent teams to the UKL that you're looking forward to playing in the next stage? I mean, you've got Broad or you've got Bulldogs. I know you're fans with both of the owners, so which one are you calling out?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Last year, me and Broad had a interesting relationship with each other, publicly hating each other. And yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I would really like to face Broad, just to remind them this is the big house. The little puppies should stay where they are.
Love it.
Strong words. I like it. I mean, next week we'll find out. I mean, I'm excited to see which one you line up against. I'm hoping it's Broad, because I think that'd be a really fun matchup, and I know that the UKL will be like really like blown up over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely hope for that too. That would be so hyped to see, and probably all the beef throughout the weekend before that, it would go so hard. I'll actually have 2 kind of different questions here. First of all, in the spring split, you guys did not perform the way you wanted, and went through a bit of roster build after that. How was that progress? Because it seems like you're a completely new team now, in the sense that you actually have this identity and everything is going better. How was that progress for you, and did it feel from the start after the spring split that this was going to be working, or has it been difficult to get it to this point?
I mean, spring obviously was very different than everyone has expected, with everything going on. I think that we changed roster was kind of not changeable. I mean, we underperformed completely. We had mess ups. It wasn't really acceptable. Obviously, me and Mikkel went to the talk after the split, and we're like, yeah, we need to change that. Who do we want to keep? And the choice fell on Buzz, Kamito, and Soul. Then we got a very, very good piece into Artoria, and now we also have Biggers. And I think overall, like, how it shaped out is we have probably the strongest roster that DMG had this year, including Winter. At least from my POV, obviously. Slight biased, but yeah. I think this has the highest potential, this has the highest strength, highest upside. And yeah, overall, I think with also how we changed the coaching stuff, obviously me moving from head coach to assistant coach, getting in DeAndre, getting in Crave, getting in Swag. I think overall we are very, very strong in every single cylinder. It's not just the turbo and the motor running hot. I think it's just a well-oiled machine now, with everything going on.
Yeah, with so many coaches behind you, have you had any of them try and review your game on Rise? I saw your lovely Garen gameplay. Have you had any reviews done?
I would just like to say, I think I am the lowest debuting player of all time. I am this year a gold 2 peaker, and I didn't have the most deaths. I was equal on highest level in my team, and the guy with the highest deaths was our highest ranked player in the Elysian one trick. I think overall, I did good. I got camped. It was cinema, it was hilarious.
I mean, that's kind of tragic. Somehow my peak's higher than yours. I'm absolutely terrible at this game. I just
the
talk
last time
about
we
it,
chatted,
mate.
I had you in a solo queue game.
Wait, we did? I
Yes,
forgot about that.
On your stream. It was dodged.
Yeah. Who are you again? Did I win? I think I won that game.
No, we dodged. It was dodged. I was on.
I was dodged. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Probably that game. I would have been or absolute lost. Go on,
Yeah.
Curry, you have a question to ask.
Yeah. Talking about champion pools and stuff, I wanted to, at least on my part, and the questions with a bit of a lighter thing, and ask about the Seraphine pick there. Was it the situation where you guys ended up being like, oh, hey, we have to pick something here that fixes the comp, and just randomly ended up picking Seraphine due to other enchanters being out, or was it actually pre-planned?
I mean, we had options on it. Seraphine was one of them. Soul felt like Seraphine is the best fit for this, for him. And also not to completely hard lose lane. That was the decision. The Onryo trusted him, I trusted him, he picked it. Worked out well, I would say.
Okay.
Fair enough. Well, thank you very much for coming in for the interview. Maybe we'll run into you on solo queue
Can
again.
I give someone a small shout out, if possible?
Yeah, go for it, mate. Of course.
I want to shout out Faulty. Because Emil Havard Heimerdinger, that's his champ. Emil, you're not him. Stay away from Heimerdinger. Besides that, I want to give a shout out to my mom. I want to give a shout out to my friends. Obviously, give a shout out to the boys. Want to give a shout out to Great Reflex, our mental coach. I want to thank the fans, and I want to make them proud. And I'm very happy that I have the trust from the people that trust me.
Well, you did very well today. Congratulations on the 2-0, and good luck for your games on Monday. See you later, Hayes. Alrighty, well, I think what we should now do is actually have a look at the results of the day. They're pretty easy for you guys, actually. It was a very decisive day. In fact, I don't think I've had a single day on this show where it's gone the distance. I think they've all been very fast. And even our off-stream game was a 2-0 from Leo versus Epic Avalanche. So it was just clean sweep across the board, which is probably a bit of a terrifying concept for the guys who are going to be playing these teams on Monday.
Yeah, I mean, you said it coming into the day, right? These teams, they're in the lower bracket.
We
They
got
need
it.
to 2-0 to prove themselves ready for the next stage. And we did get DMG versus Broad. That's going to be
we got DMG
an interesting
Broad,
series.
Bulldog Leo, and then Lightside versus Volder. Genuinely, 3 really exciting games. If I was to really pick a game I'd be most excited about, is for the story, it's going to be the Broad DMG game. But I think Leo Bulldog will also be a total banger. Curry, any of those games got your excitement? What's got your ears peaked?
Yeah, definitely. I was just thinking that actually all of them, because at least in my view, and I know this might be a bit controversial, I think all of them are as even as they could be. Like, this is the best way they could have gone, in the sense that they are actually evenly matched. And I think that is, first of all, going to be entertaining. It's going to be interesting to see how Leo is going to perform. Bulldog is supposed to be a higher level team, but they have been well, people say underperforming. I just don't think they're that good in the sense when compared to other teams. It's going to be exciting. Of course, we get the grudge match for the first one. That's hype. And yeah, I think at the end it's 3 series where teams are evenly matched, and I think it could be better than that, because then we absolutely have the certainty of knowing that these teams should be the ones who qualify as the final seeds.
I think it's a real shame we don't get all of them on the show, actually, because I think it is 3 bangers coming up on Monday. But make sure you catch it on the co-streams or in the replays afterwards. Anyway, we are going to end it here. Thank you very much for joining us on the NLC. We'll be back on Monday for the final round before playoffs, and then it's all to play for in the final NLC tournament ever. That's crazy to say. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back on Monday. You should join us then. See you later.